Доброго утра. В общем, нахида так и не выпала. Но, как я вам говорила, я не сдамся. Поэтому сегодня буду проходить встречу с Лайлой, задание легенд. Наоборот, сначала задание легенд. Везде буду собирать примагены. Сундуки. Они есть сундуки. Где-то собирала, где-то мне уже просто помогали, потому что у меня, если бы не этот чертов здоровье, я бы продолжала бы сидеть вчера дальше. И с 1 мая. Время у меня 6 часов 47 минут. То есть 6 часов утра. А я уже... Давайте феечку еще доведем и все. Welcome, welcome.
Easy money.
Меня
Take it
туда
easy.
направляют почему-то. Ладно. Ух ты, кунут. А где ты? Мгм. Хм. М-м. Ну, тут еще какая-то головоломка поблизости. Хм. А, меняется. Мгм. И
Up, up and away. Ooh, let me open it.
а тут я не знаю, как открыть.
Paimon just heard that the Matra have arrested some Eremites who snuck into the city. Maybe they were the ones plotting to kidnap Sachin. Let's go to the Academia and check with Araf. If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story? This is great. I feel so relaxed all over. I could almost float away.
Take it easy.
Ah, you're here. Sorry, I was just about to send someone to inform you. I only just finished interrogating the suspects.
What did you find out?
Well, lots of unexpected details, let's put it that way. The mercs themselves were surprisingly easy to catch. We just had someone dress up as Sachin and they took the bait. But then it starts to get messy. During the interrogation, we learned that they were hired by Sachin's own child.
What? Why would someone want to kidnap their own father? What's up with that?
It's anybody's guess at this point. In any event, apparently the guys we caught are just the tip of the iceberg. Most of them are still snooping around outside the city. We're diverting manpower as we speak to try and round them all up. Would you like to come along?
Sure, let's go get to the bottom of all this.
Приветствие и прощание.
Are you sure this is the right place? Something feels off.
I'm positive. But I don't understand why they're all unconscious on the ground.
Нормально. Лен, Ют. Айоу, оу, привет. А Денчик пока дрыхнет. Это я только, да, тут зашла в 6 утра. Ну, уже 7 утра.
Boss, we got more company.
Look, we were just doing what we were paid to do. You're punishing the wrong people here. You want the real culprit? It's this guy. He hired us to kidnap Sachin.
Чё, как сами? Да нормально, нормально.
What happened? Who beat you all up?
Wait, you mean you aren't with them?
With who? Who did this?
Соскучились, небось? О, да ты чё? Давно уж не заходил.
First there was this flying brat. Didn't bother asking any questions, just started throwing punches. After that, some guy wearing green came along and interrogated us for a bit.
I've got the confirmation I needed. This is the one who masterminded this whole plot. Giovanni, Sachin's son. If you have any questions for him, now's your chance to ask them. When you're done, I'm arresting them all and taking them back to the academia for further interrogation.
So why did you hire people to kidnap Sachin?
What do you think? 20 years ago, he upped and left to go and live a carefree life, not giving a second thought for my welfare. As if that's not bad enough already, he went and put his entire fortune in the care of the academia, along with a contract saying that one day he'd pass it all on to a genius he admired.
Угу, понятно. И ты от обиды на него решил строить засаду и похитить, правильно?
That's my inheritance. By rights. You expect me to sit back and watch it go to someone else? If he won't give me what's mine, I'll just have to take it from him.
То есть ты всерьез задумал...
Of course! Didn't he say he would be here somewhere, watching the championship from the shadows? So, I figured I'd get some people to nab him. Then I make him change the contract. And if the Academia doesn't agree to hand over the goods, I make him publicly announce that I'm his chosen genius.
И ты нашел его?
No. The old fart knows how to stay hidden. I'll give him that. He's probably cooped up somewhere watching all this go on and laughing to himself. I already thought he'd gone mad 20 years ago. And who knows what a madman's truly capable of.
Что тебе известно о диадеме знания?
Diadem of knowledge? You mean that thing he donated to the Academia? Well, I can tell you that it's very expensive. He sold a lot of assets to purchase it back in the day. Weird things started happening after he brought it home, too. For example, sometimes we'd hear a high-pitched voice coming from the storage room. Also, before donating it to the Academia, he once shut himself in that same storeroom and researched it non-stop for days. Something was already seriously wrong with him by that point. Nothing he did shocked me.
What do you mean, something wrong with him?
I only have a vague memory of it, since I was very young at the time. But I have the impression that he went out into the desert for research and didn't return for many years. When he finally did return, he was a changed person. He would mumble incomprehensibly and write essays day and night. I asked if I could see what he'd written, but he chased me out of the room. Later, he went out somewhere and took his written essays with him. When he got back, he signed his contract with the Academia. Part of me wonders whether he'd already stopped being my father by that point. Perhaps the man we called Sachin was a demon from the desert who was wearing his skin.
Okay, you can stop now. You're creeping Paimon out.
You can believe me or not. Doesn't matter to me. I told you all I know. But if you do see Sachin, tell him this for me. Whatever it is that he's researching out there, he'll always be garbage in my eyes.
You finished? In that case, come with us. Well, we finally caught the guy behind all this. Thanks for providing us with the critical information. Do you still have any lingering concerns?
Диадема знания.
Yeah, Alhaitham's notes do mention that item.
Scribe Alhaitham looked into this matter. Understood. Well, if you believe there to be an issue with the diadem, I'd suggest contacting the organizers and getting them to pause the competitions while we investigate.
That makes sense. Okay then, let's get back to the venue. We need to tell Karina what's going on.
Что-то тут не то. И что-то мне это не нравится. А может, Катерина тоже Ой, Карина к этому причастна. Катерина. Извините, кто носит имя Катя. Я не хотела вас обидеть. Может, Карина тоже в этом причастна?
finally back. Where have you been? I looked everywhere for you. The third round's already started.
We were out capturing some bad guys who wanted to kidnap Sachin. But that's not important right now. We think there might be something wrong with the Diadem of Knowledge, and we'd like to investigate it.
The diadem? That seems unlikely. The Diadem of Knowledge has been used in every extravaganza over the last 2 decades, always without incident. Why has this come up now?
Появилась кое-какая новая информация.
This is pretty serious. Let me think. Okay, here's the situation. The Diadem is currently in Mount Ima Forest. We moved it there before the third round began. In the third round, contestants have to go into Mount Ima Forest, find the diadem, bring it back, and place it on the stand. The first person to do this gets 4 points. Considering how close the scores are between our contestants, whoever wins this round is very likely to be the winner of the whole competition. As such, I suspect competition to be very fierce. You might not make it in time.
Все равно попробуем.
I'll mark the diadem's location for you. Please head there immediately. Let's hope nothing happens.
All right, let's go. That's weird. The locator stopped working. Is the forest interfering with it? Ugh. Let's just go grab the diadem.
Пойдемте наделим этим задницы. Ай, просто моя запака.
Gutsy. You guys are about to get dicey.
Let the show begin. Scatter!
Да, как-то так.
Uh-oh. This place looks empty. Did someone already take it? Well, we might as well head back and see if anyone's turned it in.
Можно сказать, что ее уже нашли наши участники.
Take it easy.
Похоже, диадема у Лайлы. Но добраться до финиша будет не так-то просто. И звука нет. Вот и Мася шляпка. Кажется, механизм Фарузан дал сбой. Страсти накаляются. А, вот, наконец, и Кавих. Это его набор инструментов. Он бросил диадему Кавиху. А? Да, вот так. Ставь диадему на место. Ты получишь все, о чем мечтал.
At long last, someone to inherit my estate, and with it, my research.
Бедный Кавих.
Come, Kave. Come to me, my child.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
I am Sachin. Well, to be precise, I am but a fragment of Sachin's mind. Fate is a curious thing. Seeing you reminds me of another I once met. But you are made of sterner stuff than he, more cognizant of the trials and tribulations of this world. It is you who are worthy to inherit all that I once owned. We meet for the first time, children. But what I mean to say now is of utmost importance. So please, pay attention and bear witness. You have all performed outstandingly in this Interdarshan Championship. The Academia has many rare talents among its ranks, and you are the creme of the creme. But if I were to choose a successor, I would choose you, Kave. Not only because you were victorious, but also due to our similarities in character.
Me? Similar to you?
Хо-хо. Ну вот, ты съедешь с Аль-Хаттама теперь. От Аль-Хаттама, точнее. Извините, с Аль-Хаттама.
Why, yes. Both of us have the misfortune to be idealists. And that is the source of our misery. "28 years ago, I came to the desert and lived there for 8 full years. What do you think I saw there? Alas, endless strife and slaughter. Conflict over water sources, robbing of merchant caravans, exploitation of the people relentlessly, day after day. Beyond the wall of Samiel lay a completely different world from the one I knew. The things I witnessed there tormented me greatly. I wished desperately to find a way to save them.
So, did you find a way?
As a Vahumana scholar, I tried to use Vahumana knowledge to find the answer. I researched history and anthropology, performed countless experiments on human nature, and even sought out the scholars living deep in the desert who called themselves the Lost Darshan. But in the end, I found that the answer I sought simply did not exist. It was not possible to simply assign blame for these transgressions to any one party, for the sins are carved into humanity's very nature. Our nature begets conflict, and conflict begets destruction. This is the inexorable truth. The aim of my research was to draw lessons from history. But what I discovered was that history offers no such guidance. things can only ever go from bad to worse. After this realization, I could no longer see the meaning in anything that I had ever learned. Consumed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness, I could no longer bear to face life. And so, I decided to bring my life to an end.
Да.
But before I went through with it, a strange twist of fate led me to come into the possession of this diadem, which has the ability to preserve part of one's consciousness. Into it, I placed my experiences before requesting that the Academia manage my estate.
As I thought, the contract you signed with the Academia was in essence your will. But if you'd given up hope on this world, why did you feel the need to do this?
I mentioned that I had performed a great many experiments concerning human nature. You may regard this as the very last experiment of them all. The Academia has no shortage of genius talents, nurturing the brightest minds of every generation. And so, with a handsome reward to draw out the worthiest of individuals, my hope was that one day, I would find one who could untangle the mystery of human nature once and for all, and help to move the world onto a better path.
I see. So you desired a successor who was not only a genius, but who also understood the suffering of ordinary people. Such a person would have a clearer understanding of humanity, society, and the world.
Угу.
Huh?
But did you ever consider that wealth numbs the human heart to the pain in the world? Even an idealist may be incapable of following through on your wishes after inheriting your wealth.
You are highly intelligent, yet you are not the sort of person who would understand my line of thinking. To me, this is also part of the experiment, part of my investigation into human nature. Whether my successor suffers as a consequence of my research, or succumbs to an indulgence in pleasure-seeking, my research will have progressed. I grieve the fundamental sickness of the world. I regret the unbearable weight of its history. And I lament the research that I failed to complete. And this, Kaveh, my dear child, is why you will be of great utility to me.
You're absolutely certain that you want to give me everything you owned? For me to do with as I please?
I have faith in what I see in you. Now wear the diadem, Kaveh, and complete the journey that I could not.
Мне кажется, лучше этого не делать.
Will the verdict I reached cause you suffering? Or will this newfound wealth numb your heart? I look forward to your answer. All of my research materials are being stored at our...
I've heard enough! My life's enough of a mess already. The last thing I need is more suffering. Keep your Mora. I don't need it. Didn't you say that you saw a lot of people in pain? Well, if that's the case, then your wealth can go to them. I guess that'll be the end of that.
Вы сами все видели, звук появился. То его нет, то он есть.
Kaveh.
Are you all right? Any physical discomfort?
I'm fine.
Кавих молодец. Правильно, не одел. Я бы тоже не одела.
Thanks, Tainari. Don't worry about me.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Kaveh.
Kaveh may have broken the diadem, but he successfully completed the task prior to that. According to the rules, this makes him the victor of round 3. Points-wise, this also makes him the winner of the Interdarshan Championship.
Молодец.
As the champion and Sachin's personally designated successor, Kaveh has obtained the rights to inherit the entirety of his estate.
Без всякой диадемы.
For the avoidance of doubt, can you confirm that it is your intention to donate all of Sachin's wealth?
Like I said, he thought that the world is a bad place. Well then, let's use what he left behind to change it for the better. Rejecting the world will achieve nothing. He and I, we're not the same.
All right. As the scribe, I will make a record of this incident on file. The sages will contact you in person for details on how exactly Sachin's estate is to be used.
That sounds fine. I don't know if his research findings were right, nor would I know how to finish his research for him. But what I do know is that by ending this here, no contestants will have to suffer. We won't be the last. There will be more championships to come, and countless future scholars will follow in our footsteps. Sachin's words can only cause pain, but not anymore. No one else has to hear them now. We're all scholars here. I know full well that shutting down his views like this is autocratic and arrogant. Fine by me. I'll bear that responsibility. It's the least I can do. And, well, it's the only thing I can do.
Well said. What you've expressed is a sense of justice and idealism that many aspire to, but few dare follow through with. I say this despite the fact that, in my view, it's quite ridiculous. You have long been aware of what your flaws are, but your pride alone prevents you from admitting it. Nevertheless, your perspective is well suited to appearing in a victory speech. Contestant Kaveh, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor to congratulate you on your victory.
Молодец.
What? Please. I don't need your insincere praise. Anyway, this isn't the time or place for debates. Keep your commentary focused on the competition, not my views.
Congratulations, Kaveh. Also, you'll need to prepare for the award ceremony. Looks like the ceremony will be held at the main venue. Let's head over and check it out.
Молодец. Вот Кавих молодец. Он разбил эту диадему. Давно надо было так сделать. С ней что-то не так. И правильно, что он ее не одел. Все верно. Молодец.
Thank you all for your excellent performance. And that brings this year's Interdarshan Championship to a close.
А чё Сайна не
Finally,
хлопает?
it gives me great pleasure to invite our champion, Kaveh, to the stage to receive his award. Typically at this point, we would crown our champion with the diadem as well as presenting them with their award. However, we have just received word that Kaveh has inherited Sachin's estate and made the decision to donate it all to charitable causes.
Вполне достойный поступок.
Sachin's estate is getting donated?
So much, Mora. And he gave it all up?
Kaveh's generosity will give many struggling families the chance to change their lives for the better.
Ну, в принципе, ну да, нормально. Чё.
Of course, without the diadem and prize money to present, this makes the award ceremony a little more concise than expected. Would you like to say a few words, Kaveh? I'm sure many of our audience, like myself, are curious to learn why you decided to give all this wealth away.
I'm not entirely sure what I should say under these circumstances. I'm glad to have won, even though I'd say luck played a big part in that. As for why I want to give the Mora away, I don't support Sachin's views, and I don't want to take his Mora. With a lot of things in life, people need to experience them for themselves. It shouldn't be up to one person to make a judgment on. Not him, and not me either. Anyway, this isn't really the time and place for such weighty and complicated topics. So, I guess that's all. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Oh, Kaveh, just one moment. While this is a short and sweet award ceremony, we do still have a prize to present you with. Please take this limited edition Genius Invocation TCG card. Additionally, your champion status will be logged in your record. This means that the sages will give priority consideration to any future project proposals you submit.
All right, I'll take the card. But as for project proposals, forget it.
In that case, I declare the award ceremony over. Let's give our champion Kaveh one last big round of applause.
А пойму ничего не
I
хлопает.
still don't really get it. The sum of Mora would have been enough for me to live in luxury for my entire life.
That just means you're not strange enough to understand the way that geniuses think. Come on, we've still got the whole Wisdom Gala to explore.
Glad that's over. I think I'm quite good at giving speeches, but this one was just so tiring.
Do you mean that you're still exhausted from the competition? Honestly, you don't look happy at all, but whatever else happened, you're the champion, you know? Don't you think you should be proud of that?
I suppose. Oh, wait. Sino said he wanted the card, didn't he? And now I have it, right here.
So you're gonna give it to him? But if it's a rare one, you should be able to make a tidy sum of Mora off it.
А тут я с ней не согласна.
Why would I do that? It's of no use to me whatsoever. I may as well just give it to him. Could you pass it on to him for me when you next see him?
А сам?
Whoa, whoa! This is a super big deal! You should do it yourself! Come on, let's go find Sino.
Huh? But I was gonna rest for a while longer. Hey, stop pulling my hair!
Пайман, класс. Ух ты, она может его и цеплять еще. Еще раз, кто меня захочет сожрать, за волосы оттаскаю, если они таковые имеются. Да.
What you looking at, Sino?
I'm still thinking about the Sachin issue. What brings you here?
Да ладно. Когда про карту сказали, что он ее получает, то вообще весь паник.
Well, they gave me this limited edition Genius Invocation card, and I figured you'd have more use for it than I.
But it's a limited edition. Are you sure you want to give it to me?
What else would I do with it? I have no use for it.
But it's limited edition. Kaveh, are you in trouble? You don't have to do all this. Just tell me what's wrong and I will help.
Oh, that's not what I meant at all. Yes, I have all sorts of problems, but that has absolutely nothing to do with this card. I'll figure my own issues out by myself.
All right. In that case, I accept your generosity.
А ты мог и отказаться? Ну ты даешь, Сайна.
But now that I realize that you have no concept of its value, I cannot simply take it from you.
Да бери, бери. Подарок же, ну.
How about this? I shall buy it from you at a fair price. Namely, the price that the previous limited edition card sold for.
Oh, come on. It's just one card. How much could it really be worth?
1 million more at the very least.
Huh? How much?
Нифига себе.
A million more?
Пайма, у нас и так 4 миллиона. Куда нам?
If you feel that's too low, I can go a little higher.
1 million mora for a card? But you already have a whole bunch of these, shiny ones, don't you? I saw your deck last time we played.
Not every card is this valuable, and some cards are exquisitely designed, but not rare.
Huh. Well, I guess they must pay you plenty to be General Mahamatra if you're splashing out on things like this.
О-о, как бы он тебя не понизил. Марл.
But really, it's fine. I'd feel bad taking mora from a friend.
Вот-вот.
Don't feel bad. I save a lot. I can spare the mora for this card.
You don't spend all your savings on your hobbies, do you? You should watch that, you know. You definitely don't want to end up borrowing money in a moment of impulsivity. Living with debt is miserable.
Sounds like you're speaking from personal experience. I guess you've been through a lot?
I don't want to talk about it.
In that case, maybe you're the one who should be listening to your advice. In any case, I, Sino, will take this precious card, and it shall join the deck of destiny. Kave, come with me in a few moments to collect the mora. Thanks to you, I have achieved my goal for participating in this tournament.
All right, if you insist. Far be it from me to refuse your courtesy any further. Well, at least I'll be able to keep on top of my bills this month. Maybe I'll even have some left over. In fact, let me treat you all to a meal later. Bring Tainari and Kale, too.
Well, this is what they call all's well that ends well. Paimon wonders how the other contestants are doing. Let's go check in with them, shall we? Since we're guest commentators and all.
Да, мы просто наблюдали за этим. Говорите с представителями Даршанов.
I'm telling you, you can't go wrong taking advice from me on what to wear. Back in the day, my fashion style was considered cutting edge by everyone in the academia.
Really? Well, then, sure, Madame Farzan. Maybe you could pick out a few fashionable outfits for us.
Farzan! Nilu! Even Dia and Candace are here! What are you all up to?
Candace and I bumped into these two while we were strolling through the streets. Madame Farzan here is pretty friendly. When she heard that we were buying clothes, she decided to give us some help.
I don't really see anything I'm familiar with. Never mind. We can purchase some textiles and make the clothes ourselves. Let's go with the plain fabric as our base. And embroider red and pink flowers on. Oh, and some green leaves.
Oh, wait a sec. You sure that's the latest style? That sounds a lot like what the older folks back home would wear.
Вот тут я с ней согласна. Какие цветочки? Ты чё?
Don't worry. This style is a timeless classic.
No thanks. This is actually sounding pretty weird.
Только мы знаем, что Фарузан уже не молодая.
Wait. Madame Farzan's right. That style is a classic and used to be mainstream fashion. But these days, there's some other options too. If you don't mind, how about I pick some clothes out for everyone? It's not often that we get to meet up, especially since Candace rarely makes it to Sumeru City. Also, I know a few places where I can get a great bargain.
Sure. I'm happy to leave it to you.
I'll come with you to have a look. One always has to keep on top of what the youth of today are into.
Madame Farazan? Come quick! She's over here!
Who are you?
We're new in the academia. We saw all the amazing things you did during the competition. Do you have any classes we could sign up for?
Of course I do. And you're both very welcome to join.
That's great! We can't wait. What's your area of research? Precision mechanics?
I'm from Haravatat.
Huh? But you seem like an expert in machines. Wait, sorry. I remember now. You were representing the Haravatat Darshan in the championship. Oh, their classes are so boring, though. I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me know if you run any other classes in the future. I'll be there.
I knew it. What about you? Aren't you going to leave with your friend?
I think you're amazing, Madame Farazan, and I'd like to learn from you for a while, if possible. I can take the class you're teaching as an option, even though cross-Darshan lessons might be a little tough to arrange. But I look forward to learning from you.
I see. You're a good egg, child. Don't worry. Study under me, and I promise you, you will get the best teaching available.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, I won't disturb you any further. See you in class.
I don't quite understand what happened there, but congratulations, I think.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two like to come and pick out some clothes?
Sorry, we can't. We've got a meal with Kaveh later, and we have to check in with all the other contestants before then. Oh, by the way, have any of you seen Hat Guy or Layla?
I don't know where Hat Guy went. We just saw Layla not too long ago, though. But she was hanging out with some other Ratahoa students, so we didn't get a chance to speak with her. Are you gonna go and see what she's up to?
Ratahoa students? They must be the ones who voted for her to enter the competition, right? Oh, she didn't end up winning, so Paimon wonders how they feel about that. Let's go take a peek.
А я вообще в другом месте. Угу.
I'm sorry, everyone. I could have done better in the third round.
Oh, stop it. If you're going to beat yourself up after doing as well as you did, how bad does that make us look, huh? Heck, it's not like any of us had the guts to enter the championship.
I didn't see the whole thing, but you were the only contestant who scored points in both the first two rounds, right? And I heard that you actually found the diadem first in round 3. You came so close to winning the competition.
Aw, I just got lucky, I think.
That can't be true. You had some really stiff competition out there. The renowned Tainari from Amorta, even Sino the General Mahamatra was there. You're amazing, all of you. Getting points off them is a huge achievement. The way I see it, people aren't exaggerating one bit with the nicknames they give you. You are a genuine genius.
Aw, thanks a lot. But I really
I don't think I qualify as a genius. In the second round, for instance, I dozed off and somehow found myself beside the device when I came to.
Ah, come on, don't be so hard on yourself. We've decided we're taking you out to celebrate, and that's final. Let's go. Cheer up, Layla. The rest of today's all about you.
Looks like things are going well for Layla. This is great! We haven't seen Hat Guy since the end of the competition. Oh well, it's almost mealtime. We'd better go meet up with Kaveh and Sino now.
Значит, мастер шляпку мы не позовем. Ну ладно.
Are you sure you have enough to cover this? Don't blow it all at once.
Don't worry, I budgeted very carefully, and this is well within my means. Anyway, I've lost count of how many times you've treated me. It's high time I return the favor. Oh, Traveler, Paimon, over here!
Ooh, look at all this! Good food, here we come!
I heard that you went to see the other contestants. How's everyone doing?
Faruzan found herself a student, and Layla's classmates are bowled over by how well she did. We couldn't find Hat Guy, though. Who knows where he's gone?
Al-Haytham's gone missing in action, too. The one time I'm actually in a good enough mood to treat him to a nice meal, he disappears without a trace. That guy. Where the heck could he have gone? I still have questions about that note he left. Well, whatever. He can do what he wants. Now, let's eat.
You shocked me a little when you hurled the diadem to the ground. On further reflection, of course, it made sense, but at the time I was expecting at least some amount of deliberation.
Sachin's voice started talking to me inside my head from the moment I picked it up. I could feel his emotions, too. It was a mix of despair and horror swirling around inside my mind. He bombarded me with his ideas relentlessly, like he was trying to brainwash me. It gave me a splitting headache that only got worse as he went on. Like I was saying at the time, his views are not necessarily completely without value. But if all his research does is lead to misfortune, then we're probably better off without it.
If his forbidden research were to spread in a harmful form and cause people to suffer, the Matra would step in and ban it.
I think you did the right thing. I suppose another way to approach it would have been to claim that you agreed to inherit his research, but give up the research as soon as you've inherited the wealth. But that wouldn't have been your style. I won't comment on his theories or experiments, but I don't believe that he was careless in his choice of candidate. He chose you. That means he knew what he was doing.
Perhaps. I just think that if you accept someone else's things, you should honor their wishes.
That's a good thing. It means that you have integrity.
Thank you, oh my god, thank you. See, you get me, Kale. It's a good thing Al-Haytham isn't here right now. He'd be quick to explain why you're wrong.
Seems like you always include him in the conversation, even when he isn't here.
Yep. No dinner with Kaveh is complete without a few words about Al-Haytham.
I sense that Al-Haytham has in fact been here with us all along.
He's here? Where? Why didn't you tell me?
He lives rent-free in each of our hearts.
Да, опять шутить пытается.
Oh, that was horrifying. It literally sent chills down my spine.
Good thing you didn't say that before we started eating. That would have killed the mood in a heartbeat.
All right, enough about all Hatham. Tainari, did you achieve what you wanted out of the championship?
I did, in the first round, in fact. Word of mouth proved very effective. I spoke to a handful of people, they told their friends, and so on. Now, a record number of people have signed up to attend the next lecture. Oh, are you free next month? You should come along, maybe even say a few words.
About what? I don't know the first thing about anything Amorta related.
Just play to your strengths. For instance, you could talk about the distinguishing features of rainforest architecture, or ask everyone not to chop down too many trees the next time they're building a house.
Oh, well, that's no problem. Sure, I'll make time. Has everyone had enough to eat? I can order more if anyone's still hungry.
I'm full. Thanks. I'm super full, too. If only we could eat like this every day.
Yeah, we should do this more often. Work will always be there, but seeing friends is important too. This is a good restaurant. Let's definitely come here again.
Sounds good. We should pick a few other places as backup options, though.
There are other good places around here too? Oh, and don't forget to invite us if you go. There's nothing we love more than good food.
Kabe, do you have plans after this?
I was thinking of maybe going to the academia for some alone time. Nothing set in stone, though. Why do you ask?
А как покинуть-то ее? Я думала, ломбард. Это ломбард. Ой.
It looks like this Inter-Darshan Championship's a wrap. All that stuff with Sachin and the diadem got sorted too. Have you still got anything else on your mind?
Исследование Сачин.
Oh, right. Yeah, Sachin said that he placed his research materials at somewhere beginning with but Kaveh smashed the diadem of knowledge before he could finish.
Может, в академии?
It might be dangerous if someone finds his old research stash, right? Where do you think it could be?
Ару.
Holy smokes, you're right! He said he spent all that time researching in the desert, didn't he? So it's very possible that that's where he'd leave all his suits. Alright then, let's head off to Aru Village and try our luck!
А я думала, все. Аль-Хатам?
Didn't expect to run into you here.
Oh, hey, Thumb. What are you doing here? And what are you reading? Are those?
Sachin's notes? Yes. I came across his profile while I was organizing some documents and became interested in his research. If it wasn't for that, I never would have agreed to being a commentator. I had a hunch after seeing the fragment of his mind, and sure enough, I came here and found his research.
Wait! So, you've read it already? Are you alright? How do you feel?
I think you may have misunderstood something. The reason Sachin chose that architect to inherit his research was that only he could really empathize with both the calamity and the humanity that these notes seek to convey. Only one who resonates with these sentiments would suffer and begin to think of history as bleak, the present as perplexing, and the future as pessimistic. Empathy is a double-edged sword. Clearly, I am not the same sort of person as Sachin was. Empaths have many friends, and their wide social circle comes with certain societal advantages. But this also makes it hard for them to achieve their goals.
Why's that?
All important things in life involve other people. As such, it's extremely difficult to live a life that causes no harm whatsoever to others. If you really want to achieve your goals, you have to be prepared to make enemies along the way. Not everyone can deal with that reality. And that reality is like the material here. Objective, heavy, negative. But, at the end of the day, for all these experiment results and conclusions, it's just one person's perspective. Sachin's.
So, what are your thoughts now that you've read it?
As a scholar, Sachin was without a doubt a genius. He laid the blame for the darkness in the world squarely on humanity, experimented extensively with reliable results, and drew logical conclusions. In that sense, one might say his views were correct.
So, people are bad? And things can only ever get worse? All of that's true?
That is not a question for me to answer. Someone else will arrive shortly. You can ask them instead. All I will say is that the world is not built on correctness alone. Sometimes, being correct means nothing at all.
Что значит та строчка, записанная древними символами?
Lofty ideals may provide no defense at all against nihilism, but perhaps little decisions can. By their own choice, the idealist seeks to bring happiness to all while denying themselves the same. Thus, they shall never reach even the borders of truth until they wipe away the ignorance that blinds them. I've never been able to agree with certain philosophies. Even Sachin himself struggled to comprehend the notion of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. But sadly, all viewpoints will find their supporters, and the way we see the world largely decides our fates. Alright then, I got what I came for. These research materials are yours to look after. I'll be off.
Wait, so you came here just to read this stuff? You missed out on a big get-together, you know.
A get-together? Ah, yes, that makes sense. This is a good opportunity for that sort of thing.
Guess what? Kaveh treated everyone this time.
Then I'm sure he packed up the leftovers for me. See ya.
And there he goes. Well, it seems like he really wasn't affected by this research. He said that someone else would answer our questions. Who do you think that'll be?
Мастер Шляпка. Нахида? Ну вот, я же сказала, мастер шляпка.
Traveler, Paimon, you're already here. Nahida! Oh, and that guy. Wait, so you asked him to take part in the championship? Yes, it was me. Are you surprised?
Немного.
Did you know that there was something wrong with the diadem from the start? And if so, why didn't you switch it out for another one? Because Sachin's research is not mistaken. He spent his entire life researching this topic, and these materials are a result of that. These are the crystallization of his wisdom. Yes, I was worried that the material might cause some disruption, but I didn't want to wipe away all his hard work searching for the truth. So instead, I had Hat Guy here help me keep an eye on things.
Ага, я так и знала, что что-то тут не то. Не участвуют, нифига.
Seriously? I think you can stop calling me that now.
Why? Don't you like it? Well, anyway, if Sachin's chosen successor hadn't been able to handle his research, or if it had brought pain to more people, he would have intervened at a suitable moment.
And after all that, the person Sachin chose turned his nose up at his life's work. Pretty hilarious.
I was also hoping that this could be an opportunity for you to learn how to interact with people normally. But it looks like that didn't work out.
That wasn't necessary. I'm still paying you back for your help. And the last thing I need is more reasons to be indebted to you.
Nahida, what did you mean by Sachin's research is not mistaken? Does that mean that you approve of his research? Put it this way instead. Truth to me is like a shroom boar. Some people only see the mushroom on the shroom boar's back, and they conclude that the shroom boar is a mushroom. Others see only the shroom boar's body, and they declare that the shroom boar is a boar. Still others look deeper inside, and determine that the shroom boar is meat. These conclusions are all correct in their own way, but none of them objectively describe the shroom boar. Paimon kinda gets it, but also not really. The world is the same way. No one, not even I included, can understand it in its entirety. All of us are somewhere on the path toward truth. Within the confines of our limited knowledge, some may blindly believe in the beauty of this world, and others may focus only on its evils. In truth, the most important thing isn't what state the world is in now, but what people hope it will become. But of course, I don't mean that as a criticism or a call to action. Ultimately, my duty as the God of Wisdom is to guide every form of wisdom to a place where it can find its purpose.
That was a long speech. So what are you actually going to do with these research materials?
Because Kaveh, as the successor of this research, does not wish to see these ideas disseminated, I will seal it up. But even though Sachin's research could be considered negative wisdom, it is still a building block of the truth. If someone wishes to follow in his footsteps in the future, I will not stop them. I also look forward to the day that a member of the Vahumana Darshan can not only comprehend his theories, but also find a way out from the despair as well.
Vahumana doesn't have that kind of talent. Wait, you're not intending to keep me in Vahumana long term, are you? I don't remember signing up to become a scholar. Don't you think I'm useful enough to you as a prisoner?
Oh boy, here we go again.
Это фраза.
think so? Well, to that, I would say that in Sumeru, even prisoners have a right to an education. I hope that your studies in Vahumana will help you deal with your own fate and learn how best to settle old debts from your past. I will review your final thesis myself. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Hat Guy.
О-о, ты попал. Опять этот взгляд. Вернуться в академию.
Take it easy.
Похищение с Нахидой было
Take it
прикольно. А, вот и Кавих.
20 years ago, the Academia had just received Sachin's estate. To celebrate the huge investment, the Academia extravaganza that year was grander than usual. I was very young then, and I remember seeing posters for the Interdarshan Championship all over the city. I couldn't help but mention it to my father. I even told him that I really liked the look of the diadem. It was so unique.
Да, я отгадаю, а он тебя послал куда подальше.
So he said, why don't I win it, so I can let you play with it for a few days. That made me very happy, and I nodded enthusiastically. But to my surprise, he didn't win. And when he got back home, he seemed extremely depressed. Later, he left home, saying that he wanted to do some investigating in the desert. The quicksand got him not long after that. For many years, I couldn't face up to it at all. If I just kept my mouth shut, maybe none of it would have ever happened.
Но ведь ты же не знал. Не говорить о результатах расследования.
Sorry, my mind was still on the championship. Look at me, rambling away.
You look really upset. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine. What's past is past. We need to look towards the future. Where were you while the rest of us were eating together?
I don't recall being obligated to report my whereabouts to you.
Не, ну точно дом 2.
Did you go find another hidey hole to read in? You need to change your ways, you know. You can't survive on books alone.
Surviving on meals paid for by you would be harder still.
You? Whatever. It doesn't take a genius to guess what you've been up to. You were investigating Sachin, weren't you? It was obvious from your notes. However, I don't believe his research alone would have been enough to pique your interest. His way of doing things is disturbing, while you... Well, to be fair, your philosophy disgusts me too, but you and Sachin are nothing alike. I don't imagine your views intersect at all. Egoism and nihilism are not the same thing.
My personal interests aside, Sachin's legacy is not entirely meaningless. He conducted experiments on a great scale and left his findings behind. Also, thanks for the compliment, but I'm actually just passing through. I didn't come here for the conversation. Well, not this one at least.
What do you mean? What topic of conversation could be more sacred among scholars than the exploration of differing philosophies?
Well, based on what I've learned, Sachin and his disturbing way of doing things, as you put it, is very likely to have met your father 20 years ago.
Зачем ты это сказал?
What did you say?
No, no. Вот, блин. Ну ладно, мы хоть не сказали. Ладно.
Wait, so... No. Surely that doesn't mean... Huh. So that's why he thought I looked familiar. My father must have gone into the desert due to his influence.
I'm afraid so.
Good thing I shattered that diadem. From now on, nothing like that will ever have to happen again.
The boundaries of knowledge are ever expanding. Someone else will inevitably pick up the same line of research one day, and Vahumana regards it as a reasonable research direction.
Oh, not this again. Even if you're right and people are bound to fall into the same intellectual traps, things won't necessarily go the same way again next time. You have to admit that the actions of one individual don't always predict the behavior of the group, and vice versa. Take Sachin, for instance. He's quite an anomaly.
And so is the one who stopped him. You. Conflicts of this nature are indeed exceptional, but it will occur again in the future. You said it yourself. The actions of one individual cannot predict the behavior of a whole group. You know that not everyone would have chosen as you did.
Even so, I stand by my views. You can forget about trying to convince me.
That's fine. We've been arguing over this for years, and I don't hold any hope of you understanding. The issue we're debating has long since moved on from who's right and who's wrong.
Thanks for letting me know all this.
What?
I said, thanks for letting me know. Hey! Stop acting like you didn't hear me! You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
They say that earnest thanks should be given thrice, so one more time, please.
Да, вот они и поговорили. Озвучка вышла из чата. У госпожи Сангема Бай снова и снова сведения на продажу. Дорогие гости, не желаете купить свежую информацию? Так-так. На этот раз данные на первой важности, поэтому с вас лишь 500 000 моры. 2 раза дешевле, чем в прошлый раз. Очень выгодно. А подарить можешь? Хе-хе. Хочешь вот так разу сбить цену до 0? Но разве на меня называют великодушной госпожой Сангема Бай? Раз уж вам так нужно, я все поведаю бесплатно. Только больше никому не рассказывайте. Говорят, что 20 лет назад... У одного участника турнира сразу после соревнования резко изменился характер. Говорят, что кто-то видел его в деревне Ауру. Интересно, куда он в конце концов отправился? Вот и вся бесплатная информация. Продолжение стоит 2 миллиона моры. Спасибо за внимание. Так себе предложение. Мы сами отправимся в Аару и все узнаем. Угу.
I got a new letter from an informant.
О! 20 лет назад точно являлся тогда один молодой человек. В те времена жизнь была намного сложнее, чем сейчас. Нищета, болезни, невежество — все это мучило нас постоянно. Этот молодой человек явно был из академии, его ждало большое будущее. Но он пришел к нам по собственной воле, чтобы разделить страдания. Он многому научил нас о песчаных бурях и о чудовищах. Он за свой счет покупал нам много трав и сам ухаживал за больными. Какой хороший человек! Да, жаль, что хорошие люди уходят так рано. Он всегда был хмурым, и никто не знал, что его тревожит. Всем подумывали, уж не собирается ли он покинуть деревню. Мы жили слишком скромно, чтобы оказать ему достойный прием. Но многим он казался немного сумасшедшим. Например, он иногда рассказывал детям истории о том, как в детстве учил грамоте какое-то странное существо. Потом он часто покидал деревню, чтобы отправиться в пустыню. Однажды я спросила его, что он ищет. Он ответил, что хочет поговорить с людьми из Нага чего-то там. Позже я узнала, что он сгинул в пустыне. Говорили, что по пути он встретил караван, попавший в зыбучие пески, и что он спас многих людей, но не смог выбраться сам. Он тогда оставил дома неоконченное письмо к своему ребенку. После смерти чудака мой сын взял потрепанное письмо с собой. Думал, что сможет доставить послание адресату. А где сейчас то письмо? Здесь его нет. В поисках лучшей жизни мой сын стал наемником. Несколько лет назад во время драки он погиб, а все его вещи забрали. Прошло уже столько лет. Интересно, вырос ли его ребенок здоровым и помнит ли его? О случившемся тогда уже мало кто знает. Я старею. Возможно, скоро и я забуду. Понятно. Ну что ж, погнали. Любимая Денечка испытание. Я знаю, что Денчик спит, я знаю, что пропустит он это. По идее, вот все, что я сейчас пройду. Пробел и я. Ха, прикольно. Хоп. Хоп. В смысле? Да. Да. Серьезно? Блин. Ну, в принципе, неплохо. Ну, можно повторить. Так, еще у меня по нахиде. Так, что нам еще доступно?
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Наверху, что ли? Ладно, сюда. Ай. Ой, не то. Так, поехали. О той вещи. Да. Эта вещь можно было отправить в письме. А был ли предмет поврежден во время транспортировки? Нет. Этот предмет связан с наставником? Мог ли этот предмет навредить Академии? Связан ли этот предмет с ежедневной работой наставника? Харават понес бы серьезные потери из-за отсутствия предмета в письме? Нет. Лишился бы наставник своей работы, если бы не было предмета в письме? Нет. Наставник не мог работать без предмета в письме? Да. Угу. Кто-нибудь еще прикасался к письму? Да. Человек, прикоснувшийся к письму, был работником Академии? Да. Сделал ли прикоснувшийся к письму человек что-то, что помешало Самику получить его? Человек, прикоснувшийся к письму, уничтожил его? Был ли человек, прикоснувшийся к письму, враждебно настроен по отношению к наставнику? Нет. К письму прикасалась кто-то? Нет. Дай подумаю. Был ли этот предмет опасным? Был ли у наставника доступ к месту, где находилось письмо? Письмо было доставлено в Хараватат? Наставник получил письмо? Было ли местонахождение предмета связано с самим предметом? Наставник ругал его за опоздание? Нет. Да блин. На 2 я ответила верно. Так. Ахри студент Даршана Хараватат, некоторые... Вот, наверное, вот это. Блин, все равно. Что за фигня? Все, я поняла, кто это. Все равно 2 вопроса решены, но еще 2. Угу, неверно. Матр. Кабинет. Ключ. Все равно нет. Блин, что же за... Блин. Ага. Где она сейчас находится? Поняла. Ох, неужели справилась? Угу. Мгм. Что, я так пойду?
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Погнали.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Chop. Here come the fireworks. Fire hazard. That didn't count. Huh, by royal decree. Shadow Raven, let night fall. Ha. 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 Ha.
Эти же самые будут, а? Мгм. Пробуем так.
This world is full of unsolved.
dance!
Things are about to get dicey.
No rest for the wicked. As you wish, mein Fräulein.
I summon thee!
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Shadow Raven, let night fall! Spring forth! I can't wait any longer! By royal decree, propagate! Let the show begin. Midnight Phantasmagoria! Boba, get
No rest for the wicked.
Ах ты, зараза.
Oz, reveal thyself! Let's dance! You're toast! Shadow Raven, let night fall! Spring forth! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Propagate! Eat this! By royal decree! Scatter! I'll protect us. Exterminate!
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Oz, reveal thyself! Midnight Phantasm! Nice and spicy! Let the sugar... Oh no! Come on! We can do it! Hey, yeah!
Все примагены нужны прям. Угу. Так, первая половина плесенники, вторая штурмовики, пустынники. Пойдем, он пойдет так вот. Пусть будет у вас хп.
Unsightly insects! Behold! Don't get frostbite. What's the hurry? Squall fury. That's far enough.
Steady as stone. Nice and spicy.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. Behold. Know your place. Squall and fury. Dodge this.
Booba, get them.
Wind rising.
Chur.
This moment will be frozen.
Nice and spicy.
Leave it all to me.
Bow your head. That's close enough.
Things are about to get dicey.
By royal decree.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Go bishop down! The fuse is lit!
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Oz, reveal thyself! Race you!
Cool it! Behold!
How amusing.
Dodge this!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Nice and spicy!
Wretched vermin.
The wind rises.
I must leave no stone unturned.
That is long.
Time to clean up.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Behold! Unsightly insects! Dodge this!
Race you! Help! My dinner is attacking me!
Oh, so sorry.
Nice and spicy! Eat this! Race you!
Cool it!
Wretched vermin.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
Take it easy. Quietly now.
By royal decree! Fire hazard! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Here come the fireworks!
Game's up. Fun's over.
No rest for the wicked.
Let's dance! Oz, reveal thyself!
Хаваные эти пузырьки.
Ready, steady, go! Time for
Долбаная магия эти.
Busted.
Минус одна.
Let the show begin.
Так я же в воде. Да. Ай, попала, кажется. Черт.
Fuse is lit.
Quietly now.
Ай, еще вас сам пузырь
By
этот
royal
победил.
decree.
Плохо. Молодец, меньше.
Things are about to get dicey.
Чтобы не считывай.
Let's dance.
Сейчас КПшку подниму этой юнити.
Fire hazard.
Ух. На 2. Да ну эти маги сраные.
Dodge this. Freeze.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
The wind rises. Dodge this.
Boba, get them.
Cry louder.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Nice and spicy. Hey-ya!
Фенли не справилась с задачей.
Time to go to work. New hunger.
The fuse is lit.
As you wish, mein Fräulein. Is that all you got?
Busted.
Now you test my patience. Gotcha.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
А кто там? Вот. Крылатые, криво, вешалку, виносток. Первый, ладно. Давай попробуем. Первой половине. Там вроде ничего такого сложного-то и нет. Ну-ка. Угу. Нет, во вторую, значит, мы поставим Барбару. Тебя. В первый поставим тебя. Неправильно выставила значение ты. Так. Ты и ты. Так вот поем. Ну давай такую поставим молитву. Так, ставлю.
Know your place.
Leave it all to me. Boba, get them!
Squall Fury. Unsightly insects.
Out of the frying pan, into the propagate!
Behold! You're dead!
Nice and spiky! As a good knight should.
The wind rises. You dare to gaze upon me?
Germinate! Boba, get them!
Behold!
Nice and spicy!
Squall and Fury. Wretched vermin.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Go Bishop down! Time for a light show! By royal decree, let the show begin! Phantasmagoria! Fire hazard!
Busted.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Nope.
Let's stay.
Gotcha. Take it easy.
Есть товарищ.
Here comes the catch.
By royal decree.
Какой отучиться?
That's close enough.
Scatter!
The wind rises upon the gale.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Cheap tricks.
Eat this! Propagate! Leave it all to me.
How amusing.
Sure. Да я в сети вас дебилы.
Cheap tricks. Squall and fury. Know your place.
Time to clean up. I must leave no stone unturned. Spring forth! Goba, get them! Someone...
The wind rises. Search for it.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
I'll be back.
Leave it all to me.
I'm ready.
Scatter! Goba, get them!
Squall and fury.
Out of the frying pan, ha! Steady as stone.
Fall before me. I'm ready. Unsightly insects. Cut down.
Блин, я боюсь. А, это же эти шамачулы. Странно.
Go, Barbara, go!
Где ты? Да что тебе?
Steady, go!
Короче.
Busted.
Let the show begin. Oh.
Back to the kilt! Fire hazard!
Quietly now.
Да блин, задрала этот ее круг уже, этого мага. Ой, он же упал.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
The fuse is lit!
Busted.
Не думай даже, ты умрешь сегодня. Все, умер. А этот щит восстановил.
Quietly now.
Here come the fireworks!
В смысле ты от атаки скрылся?
Gotcha.
Блин, я застряла.
Things are about to get dicey.
Ты умер. Фух.
Well, scatter!
Behold! Is that all you've got? No slacking off! This should be fun.
Nice and spicy!
Squall and fury.
Germinate!
No slacking off.
As a good knight should.
Cry louder. Behold.
Да блин, даже не дают восстановиться, сволочь.
Is that all you've got?
Подохни ты уж. Все, не будет у вас восстановления. Да дайте уйти-то оттуда, а. Вообще какие.
Now you're testing my patience.
Хату сраную. Да, надо свободу это. Куда в тебя?
Bow your head. How amusing. You're dead.
Steady as stone.
Чё, встали, да?
Is that all you've got? Let's end this now.
Go back.
Теперь ты.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs time to clean up. Nice and spicy. Propagate.
You're dead.
Ой, тупой папа. Как ты меня бесишь уже. Ира, тем более.
Leave it all to me.
You dare to gaze upon me? Squall and fury.
Get them! I must leave no stone unturned.
Давай, давай, давай.
The wind rises.
Scatter! Nice and spicy. Germinate! Leave it all to me.
Аллилуйя. Фу. Ах ты ж, блин. Ладно. Поиграем?
Quietly now.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Что за черт, а? Не ожидали, скотины? И все будете повязаны.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Time for a light show.
Обожаю. Давай, давай, давай.
Let the show begin. Go Bishop 2!
Take it easy.
You really know how to get me going.
Ха-ха-ха.
Ouchie. Come on, we can do it.
Пошла ты в жопу.
Fire hazard.
Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Gutsy.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Over here. Out of my sight.
Gotcha. Take it easy.
I summon.
Фух, 11. Если член отряда получает 75% бонус дендра урона. Оу, посмотрим. Лавачулы. Мимик, Коршун. А это кто такие вообще? А вы кто такие вообще? Ладно. Я смогла это сделать. Я сделала это. Я смогла. Так, лавачулы. Тянь-линь. Возьмем. Угу. Угу. Первую половину надо лучника, да? Ладно, попробуем так. Во вторую половину вот у меня сюда она пойдет. Там ей самое то. Так, а в первую половину мы запихнем тебя. Тут у меня еще. Ну так-то электроловочулы. Трудный выбор, конечно. Ладно, что-нибудь придумаю. Надолго стреляет, эти выпускает. Так, вот куда же мне бы... Где у меня геовишапта? Второй половине. Ага. Тебя сюда надо тогда. Так. В первой половине тогда... Маловато у меня людей для такого выбора. Пусть пойдут таким образом. А во вторую половину ты, получается, тогда нет. Вот так пойдете, да. И третий кто у нас? Надо что-то такое сногсшибательное. Ну давай ты поешь. Ладно. Я тебя выбираю. И ты. Блин, хп нет. Или вообще вытащить этого? Эту засунуть. И это сюда. Наоборот. Тык. Так. Не знаю, давайте попробуем таким образом.
No rest for the wicked.
Сколько тут вас? Отдыхайте уже.
As a dutiful maid would. I'll catch up. Steady as stone. By royal decree.
Че, вас два, что ли, даже? Какала. Всех не завалим. Ладно, хотя бы.
I must leave no stone unturned, as a good knight should.
Господи, ну это видишь, ты с такими порвался. Еба.
Nice and spicy.
Ладно.
Behold, you're dead. Bow your head.
I'll protect us. That didn't count. Time for a light show. Hi.
Че, не откатываешься? Ах ты сам. Так, я такие... Чем я думала.
That's far enough.
Ready, steady, go!
Да идите в шопу, да? Тихо. Тогда я откачусь. Угомонитесь. Да что такое-то? Они мне не дают встать. задрали. Тупые.
Wretched vermin!
Let's dance.
Behold! Search for it! How amusing!
Все такого рода, да?
That's far enough!
Четыре!
I'll protect us.
You're dead! How amusing!
That didn't count. Let the show begin.
Молодец, молодец, Оксана.
Know your place! That's far enough!
Go, Barbara, go! Hi. Fire hazard! Let's dance.
Busted.
The wind rises.
Да вас сука векать вперед.
How amusing.
Let the show begin. Hi. Oh, hi. Go.
Squall fury.
Трудно.
You're dead.
О!
Unsightly insects. How amusing.
Let's dance.
Quietly now.
The wind rises.
Слава богу. Ой, с этими-то я вообще справилась.
Gotcha.
Плохо.
These are about to get dicey.
Fuse is lit.
Behold. Cry loud.
I'll protect us. Time for a light show. Lighter, please. La 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 la.
Squall and fury. How amusing.
Ай. Фух. Я устала с меня уже. Блин, задрали. Еще и второе. Я попала в этот пузырь. Щет.
Fire hazard.
Все равно
Quietly now.
Не сможете сдерживаться в пузырях странных. Блять. Попала в это.
The wind rises.
Ненавижу этот пузырь. Да не откатишься ты. Я тебя убью все равно. Ай! Долбаные пузыри. Фак. Откатился, зараза. Я так думаю, это все, это ГГ, да? Для меня.
You're dead. Upon the gale. That's far enough. You're dead.
Блин, я устал, ребят, с ним бороться.
Here comes the catch.
Wretched vermin.
Fire hazard! Oh, that hurt. Ready, steady, go! Lighter, please.
Да блин! Задолбали!
Lighter, please. Let the show begin.
Busted.
Боня на маму брать. Точно.
Time for a light show.
Я не справился. Чё и хотят от этого? А, погоди, стоп. Да подожди ты. То есть, а с чего я начну? Угу. А, я с этими же осталась, да? Ага. Угу. Пять уже круток. Давайте попробуем или будем еще копить. Давайте Лайлу пройдем тогда. Молчаливые звезды. И как обычно, рекламная пауза.
Looking at the scores alone only gives you one side of the story.
Scores are the only clear measure of performance.
Looking at the scores alone only gives you one side of the story. Looking at the scores alone only gives you one side of the story.
Scores are the only clear measure of performance.
Looking at the scores alone only gives you one side of the story.
Scores are the only clear measure of performance.
Looking at the scores alone only gives you one side of the story.
Scores are the only clear measure of performance.
Alone only gives you one side of the story.
Погнали. А, вон он. С фонтаном слилась.
Oh, we meet again. Sorry, but I don't really have time to chat right now.
3 варианта и все ни о чем. Планируешь навестить круче зверя?
Oh, come to think of it, I haven't seen Twirly Whirly in a long time. But no, now's not the time for that. I was originally looking up some information at the House of Dana, but the more I read, the more I realized that my thesis is horribly lacking.
Угу.
I should have been done with the first draft of my thesis by now, but I've barely written a third.
Так, и что ты теперь собираешься делать?
Well, I guess I have to keep looking up as much info as possible. I shouldn't give up now, but who am I kidding? Maybe I'm not cut out to be a researcher. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the academia in the first place. All I've done is cause trouble for my advisor and classmates. I should probably notify my advisor sooner than later, so he can focus his attention on the other students. No, I don't even have the guts to bring it up, and I haven't completely given up yet.
Не унывай, может, все не так плохо, как кажется.
To be honest, I haven't slept a wink for days. Just thinking about the awful state of my thesis keeps me up at night. Lack of sleep hinders my ability to focus, and if I can't focus, I can't do any proper research or thinking. I'm stuck in a vicious cycle. I've seen the caliber of the other academia students. They're all geniuses and fast learners. I'm nowhere near as gifted as they are. Oh, if it wasn't for someone who's been helping me out, my advisor probably would have kicked me out of the Darshan by now.
Тебе помогает великий старейшина Плесенников?
Huh? What's that? A fungus with a long beard? There's no such thing. Though, if there were, I'd love to give it a pat or two. This might sound strange, but I actually don't know who's been helping me. I don't even know if they're a person or not.
Ну да, ты же спишь.
Due to my lack of sleep, I sometimes get dizzy and faint when I'm stressed out.
Типа, из-за напряжения ты можешь потерять сознание? Все зашло настолько далеко?
Yeah, but oddly enough, when I wake up, all the things I was stressing over are taken care of.
Бывает.
My homework's somehow finished before the deadline, and my papers are perfectly written. But that's not all. My flowers are watered, laundry's done, even my broken camera was fixed. I really don't know what's going on, but for now, I'm calling the phenomenon a blessing from the stars. Maybe the stars above decided to help out after seeing all the effort I put into my research. If that's even possible.
Звучит довольно необычно.
But there's no point in me studying at the academia if I keep relying on this mysterious phenomenon. It comes down to my own efforts, improving one step at a time. How else can I honor my parents and live up to the expectations of everyone who knows me?
Справедливо. Твои усилия важны не меньше.
Oh no, I've already spent too much time chatting. I still haven't made much headway on my thesis. At this rate, I'll need the Wisdom Sealy's help.
Ты только что говорила, что должна действовать своими силами.
Yes, but time's of the essence. So I have to take what I can get. Oh, sorry. I'm just making excuses. But the Wisdom Sealy is truly amazing and freely shares its endless knowledge. If you want its help, all you have to do is write down your question and you'll get a response a short while later.
Может, это пишет ученый, не желающий остаться неизвестным?
No one knows who or what it actually is. It's just known as the Wisdom Sealy. But getting an answer all comes down to the Sealy's mood. Sometimes it'll only give you a vague answer or play tricks on you. I'm pretty sure a researcher wouldn't do something like that. All I can do right now is hope that it helps me.
А как же милость звезд?
Who knows if it'll happen this time? I can't put all my eggs in one basket.
Ярнар, привет. Привет. Все, видишь, встречу прохожу. 5 круток накопила пока что.
Trying my luck with another phenomenon is better than doing nothing.
И я преодолела это. Эрнар, свидание. Ну да. Рискованно писать работу, полагаясь на сомнительную легенду.
You're right. I need to keep a level head. I don't have time to waste. But what do we do from here? I can't just go back and start packing to leave.
Тебе стоит отдохнуть.
Rest? But my deadline's just around the corner. I don't think I can afford to rest right now.
Он так себя подгоняет, и только потеряешь еще больше времени.
You do have a point. Sorry. I tend to panic easily, as you can see. Then how should I rest? I definitely won't be able to sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, all kinds of thoughts start floating into my head.
Посидим в кафе Пуспа.
Oh, that's a good idea. A cup of coffee might help clear my head. Let's go.
Ух ты! Куда я могу запрыгнуть?
Let's sit down here and have some coffee and sweets. It'll help me put my thoughts together. No. We're here to rest. My problems will have to wait for now.
Oh, hey, Layla.
Huh?
Прости, кто ты?
I'm one of Layla's classmates. I just came by to say hi. We just submitted our theses and we're totally beat. Everyone will be meeting here to celebrate. Seeing how relaxed you look, you must have already had your thesis finished ages ago.
Oh, no, I'm actually having a lot of trouble with it.
You say that every time we talk, but you've never missed a deadline. Not only that, your papers are always well written and thorough. Your advisor is constantly praising your work. Yet you're always going around saying stuff like, I can't make it, I don't understand, I'm super worried. That kind of talk doesn't reflect your work at all, you know.
Well,
Почему ты так враждебно относишься к Лале?
For starters, she doesn't even try to participate with the group at all. It's one thing that she's not willing to help us, but she doesn't even bother showing up for our discussion meetings. Every time we come to see her, she looks out of sorts and on the verge of a breakdown. It's not like we can't finish our own theses without her, but no one wants to always see her this way.
I know. Sorry.
У каждого есть право на выбор, тебе нужно научиться его уважать.
Whatever. There's no point in starting an argument here. If you think she can justify her behavior, then that's your opinion.
Thanks for standing up for me. I really want to help the others, but most of the time I'm barely scraping by myself. There's very little I can help with.
Ты не хочешь, чтобы остальные узнали о милости звезд?
Yeah, I can't ever tell my classmates about that. I'd be a mess if they ever reported it to my advisor. It's really just a big misunderstanding, and there's nothing I can do about it. Everyone just gives me weird looks and judges me. It's making it really difficult to find friends. It's actually pretty rare for someone to actively engage in a conversation with me, like you do.
Думаю, я понимаю, в каком ты положении.
Huh? What do you mean?
Так. Только больше опираясь на свои силы, ты можешь перерастать, надеяться на поддержку извне и вырваться из порочного круга.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Seems you know just as well as I do. The thing is, I'm terrible under pressure. That's just my nature. Even the thought of everyone's expectations back home is enough to make me feel nervous. And the more nervous I get, the worse things become around me. Take what Munira just said, for example. I don't think I'll be able to get it out of my mind for the entire day. That means I won't be able to relax at all today.
Почему бы не встретиться с проблемой лицом к лицу?
Face it head on? What should I do? Do you really think I can?
Просто разбей цель по написанию работы на мелкие задачи и реши их одну за другой.
Oh, okay. I've got a pen and paper with me. Let me go through them real quick. The theory sections are pretty much finished. I'll be able to finish organizing the rest on my own. As of now, I'm missing crucial observation data. I need the results of an observation to validate the conclusion of my thesis. And then there's the preparation for my thesis defense. I'll need to mentally prepare.
Звучит не слишком сложно, и я могу тебе помочь.
What? You want to help me with my thesis? Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't even know how to show you my gratitude.
Не переживай об этом, мы уже многого достигли.
You're so kind. I had no idea I'd meet someone so nice in Sumeru City. Okay, I'll do my best. It's the least I can do, considering everything you've already done for me. First on the list is the experiment to get observational data. I actually had it all planned out several days ago and even borrowed a celestial globe from a Mahamata. However, the weather was rainy every single day after I borrowed it, and I was unable to compare the night sky against the celestial globe. There were a lot of people waiting to borrow the celestial globe, and I wasn't able to extend my time slot, so I returned it and haven't been able to borrow it again since. That's why I still haven't performed the necessary observations yet. I don't know what to do.
Значит, тебе не хватает оборудования.
That's right. The celestial globe is a high-precision device used specifically for researching the stars. Submitting an application to borrow one from the academia is pretty much the only way for me to get my hands on one.
Похоже, нам стоит наведаться в гильдию искателей приключений.
Huh? Why the Adventurers Guild?
У Катерины много неожиданных знакомств.
Oh, I see. The Adventurers Guild is open to everyone's commission, so she might have some ideas. Okay, let's go and try our luck.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How can I help you today?
I'd like to... I have a commission... it's kinda strange. How should I put this?
Мы бы хотели где-нибудь одолжить звездный глобус.
Right. Equipment at the academia is in very high demand, and we aren't able to borrow one now. We were hoping someone else might have something similar that we could use.
I don't know anything about astrology, so I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the device you are looking for. However, one of our requesters happens to be an astrology enthusiast. I hear that he's a collector of all sorts of specialized astrology equipment. After the Adventurers Guild helped him out, he indicated that he'd be happy to return the favor if the adventurers ever need it. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting between you two. That should help solve your problem.
Really?
Спасибо.
You're welcome. It's my job to provide adventurers with the necessary support. The man's name is Azam. Here is his address. You can go ahead and pay him a visit.
Hello, are you Azam?
Yes, I am. How may I help you? Ah, I see. Well, if it's a request from an adventurer, then I'll be happy to help you. I just so happen to have the device that you're looking for. Let me fetch it and show you, just to be sure.
Yes, this is it. Thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just got a little excited. Please go ahead.
To be honest, judging by what stands before me, I find it very hard to believe that you're an astute Ratawahist student.
Astrology is a hobby of mine, and these devices have cost me both time and mora to collect. I cherish them as if they were members of my own family. Which is why I don't let just anyone borrow them on a whim. These devices are delicate and can easily be damaged if used inappropriately.
Oh, that's completely understandable. What can I do to better gain your trust?
How about this? I don't need a deposit or anything, but I'd like you to share the contents of your research with me. I'll ask you some questions. If your explanation proves satisfactory, then I'll lend you the device.
Share the contents of my research and answer questions?
Не нервничай, просто расскажи то, что знаешь.
Alright, I'll try. But I can't disclose the actual details to you. How about a general overview of the research? Would that suffice?
Yes, that would be fine.
You're probably aware that astrologists rely on the movements of celestial bodies to calculate the past and the future, as well as attempt to summarize the correlating principles, correct?
Of course. This is the basic principle of astrology.
My current research is about a certain phenomenon called astral shift.
Interesting. That's not a topic any ordinary person would be familiar with. I have a basic understanding of the concept, but I'd like to hear you explain it.
Okay. Well, in short, it means that the results derived from astrology are prone to change. As time continues to flow, the stars change and everything else becomes affected by this change. However, what's actually driving the change is what's worth investigating.
I think that it might just be another law of nature.
If the changes follow a certain pattern or routine, then it could be explained as some law. But the changes are manifold, even when considering just a single star. The changes could be resulting from a simple single orbit shift, or it could be a more complex double orbit, or even a triple or quadruple orbit shift. These phenomena have a dramatic effect on astrological conclusions. What I'm working on now is the research and prediction of the triple orbit shift phenomenon.
Triple orbit? By yourself?
Yes. That's right.
You do know that adding an extra star to the equation increases the computational workload by more than 10-fold, right?
It does get a little complicated, but it's still manageable with the use of a few self-invented techniques and a large number of star logs and star charts. Which leads us to why I'm in need of a high-precision celestial globe.
Amazing. I suppose I should never have judged a book by its cover. I thought you were just trying to half-heartedly deal with some school assignment.
Do I really look like that sort of person?
Don't worry. I'm just joking. I was a little cautious at first, but now I trust you completely.
Но главное, дай ей.
It would make me extremely happy if my collection could assist a researcher in achieving tangible results. Just make sure you return it to me once you're done.
Oh, thank you so much. I really needed this. Good thing Azam was willing to hear me out.
Я не поняла, о чем вы говорили, но ты вроде отлично справилась.
Really? I was just explaining what it is I'm trying to do.
Ты начинаешь вести себя как настоящий ученый.
Really? I don't know if you really mean it, but I'm happy to hear that. I guess even the hardest problems can be solved as long as I'm willing to try. Recording and comparing data will be much easier now that we have this device. I can do it all on my own, too. Let's continue with the plan. Can you help me with the rehearsal of my thesis defense? We can do that at the House of Dina.
Who's our target this time?
Are you going to hold a festival?
Behold, the princess and...
Что я сделала?
This seems like the best spot to do this. We'll need to be quiet so we don't disturb anyone. So here's what will happen during my thesis defense. After I present my thesis, the advisor sitting below will begin to ask questions. Theoretically, I should be able to answer any questions related to my thesis. However, I tend to get really nervous when my advisors look at me, and I end up completely forgetting what I plan to say. That's why I want to rehearse and practice presenting my points in front of someone.
Значит, я играю роль наставника-рецензента?
That's right. You should have gotten the gist of the content of my thesis when I was explaining it earlier. So ask away. It's okay if your questions are a little off. I'll still treat them as real questions from an advisor and answer seriously.
Все ясно. Начнем?
Wait a moment. Alright, Layla, you got this. You were able to explain everything earlier, so you can do it again. Alright, ask away.
Можешь рассказать о смещении почтальон орбита?
Huh? I doubt they'd ask about something so irrelevant. The differences are considerable and the astrological effects are entirely different. We need to consider how the effects offset and, I'm sorry. I'm not very knowledgeable in that area. And that's my answer to your question. Do you have any other questions? gonna need more practice. I can feel myself getting flustered, and I start to stumble whenever I'm asked questions that I'm unfamiliar with.
Можно еще поработать над формулировками, но все твои рассуждения звучат логично.
Oh, really? You mean it? Then this practice must be helping. During my first thesis defense, I stood like a statue on the stage and my palms were covered in sweat. I couldn't get a single word out.
Похоже, мы смогли разобраться со всеми основными проблемами.
I didn't even realize it, but you're right. It doesn't seem like there's anything holding me back now. I guess that means I'm capable of completing the thesis all on my own. I can hardly believe it. This is amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm really excited. This is the first time this has happened, really. I'm so happy.
Ты упорно трудилась ради этого, тебе больше не нужно полагаться на других. О.
I'm not sure how to put this. I'm really happy about everything that's happened, but I'm also feeling a little sad. I still don't know anything about the blessing from the stars. Will it never happen again since I don't need its help anymore? That somehow makes me feel a little lonely.
Одиноко?
Yeah, it almost makes the blessing feel like it was just a tool used for my studies, no? But I would really like to discover what the blessing actually is, if I ever get the chance. I want to express my gratitude for it, or better yet, maybe we could be friends. That's basically how I feel about it. Even if I know nothing about the blessing, I could still feel its companionship all along. It's almost like how you helped me. I really cherish and appreciate it. After all, it wouldn't be right to take such blessings for granted in our lives.
Уверена, милый звезд была бы счастлива узнать о твоих чувствах.
That's good. I hope it's a little more satisfied with the way I am now.
Естественное и в то же время невероятное развитие событий надолго останется в ее памяти. Да блин.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more dip. And knock out the rest of the work. I'm feeling up to it.
Oh, sorry, but...
Похоже, у тебя не слишком хорошее настроение.
Yeah, it's been... I was originally looking up some information at the House of Dana, but the more I read, the more I realized that my thesis is horribly lacking.
Я знаю.
I should have been done with the first draft of my thesis by now, but I've barely written a third. Well, I guess I have to keep looking up as much info as possible. I shouldn't give up now. But who am I kidding? Maybe I'm not cut out to be a researcher. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the academia in the first place. All I've done is cause trouble for my advisor and classmates.
Да что ты такое говоришь-то?
I should probably notify my advisor sooner than later, so he can focus his attention on the other students. No, I don't even have the guts to bring it up, and I haven't completely given up yet.
Угу. У тебя ведь еще есть время?
To be honest, I haven't slept a wink for days. Just thinking about the awful state of my thesis keeps me up at night. Lack of sleep hinders my ability to focus, and if I can't focus, I can't do any proper research or thinking. I'm stuck in a vicious cycle. I've seen the caliber of the other academia students. They're all geniuses and fast learners. I'm nowhere near as gifted as they are. Oh, if it wasn't for someone who's been helping me out, my advisor probably would have kicked me out of the Darshan by now.
Тебе помогает друг?
No. All of my friends are back home. I'm the only one who got to come study at the academia. This might sound strange, but I actually don't know who's been helping me. I don't even know if they're a person or not. Due to my lack of sleep, yeah, but oddly enough, my homework's somehow finished before the deadline, and my papers are perfectly written. But that's not all. My flowers are watered, laundry's done, even my broken camera was fixed. I really don't know what's going on, but for now, I'm calling the phenomenon a blessing from the stars. Maybe the stars above decided to help out after seeing all the effort I put into my research. If that's even possible.
Мне тоже хотелось бы обладать такими способностями.
But there's no point in me studying at the academia if I keep relying on this mysterious phenomenon. It comes down to my own efforts, improving one step at a time. How else can I honor my parents and live up to the expectations of everyone who knows me? Oh no, I've already spent too much time chatting. I still haven't made much headway on my thesis. At this rate, I'll need the Wisdom Seelie's help. Yes, but time's of the essence. So that the wisdom Sealy is true. If you want its help, all you have to do is write down your question, and you'll get a response a short while later.
Феи такое умеют?
No one knows who or what it actually is. It's just known as the wisdom Sealy. But getting an answer all comes down to the Sealy's mood. Sometimes it'll only give you a vague answer or play tricks on you. I'm pretty sure a researcher wouldn't do something like that. All I can do right now is hope that it helps me.
Угу.
Who knows? Trying my luck with another phenomenon.
Чуть не слишком надежно, но я пойду с тобой и все проверю.
Oh, really? But I don't want to take up your time.
Боюсь, что ты можешь потерять сознание от изнеможения.
Sorry for the bother. You're too kind. Okay, let's go give it a try. I've already prepared my question for the Sealy. I just hope it can help me get through this predicament. Among the countless legends surrounding the House of Dana, the Wisdom Sealy is one of the more popular ones lately. It hasn't been around for long, but word of the Sealy's existence spread like wildfire. Many people have claimed that they've received a reply from it. So, it should probably help me as well, right?
Есть какой-то ритуал призыва?
Any funny antics in the House of Dana will get you escorted out, or perhaps thrown out. Let's split up and ask around about the Sealy. Hopefully someone knows something more.
Ну давай. Ах ты, блин, не забраться. Эх, не получается. Какой же тогда телепорт надежней?
Take it easy.
Ой, не получилось и это.
Take it easy.
Он что, в Даине? Блин, кажется, вообще в другом месте. Да, точно.
Excuse me? Have you ever heard of the Wisdom Sealy?
You've come to the right person. I came across this legend not too long ago myself. After hearing about it, I decided to test it out and asked it a question about the brightness of the stars. 2 days later, I got a response. It included 2 pages of detailed and accurate information. It saved me from having to look up a ton of resources.
Really?
Yeah, so I submitted another question a few days ago. I still haven't received a reply, though.
Но ответа так и не получила, оказывается. Ха.
That sounds like what others have said. But I don't have the time to wait for a reply if the Sealy doesn't answer right away. Whatever. Can you please tell me how to submit a question to the Wisdom Sealy?
It's quite simple. Go to the bookshelf over there and find either Theoretical Astrology or a quick reference guide to astrology cases.
Oh, I know where those are. My Darshan has us use those two books quite often.
Okay, so write your question in a letter addressed to the Wisdom Sealy, and then insert the letter into one of the books. Come back in a day or two, and if you see a red stamp on your letter, that means the Wisdom Sealy has replied. However, if the stamp never appears, then that means the Sealy doesn't want to answer your question.
I see. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go write down my question. Hopefully the Sealy replies.
Лиз, с добрым утречком. Вижу, проходишь встречу, а я еще ни одну не проходил. Ведь у меня 3 ключа имеется за поручение. Ак, открывай. Встречи, они находятся здесь. Здесь. И вот на этой вкладке. Не на этой вкладке, а на этой. Можешь проходить, если захочешь. А хочешь, не проходи. Но если у меня будет возможность...
Take it easy.
О, я тут.
Finally, I wrote out my question and put it in the book.
Что будем делать теперь?
Wait, I guess. Let's give it some time. I'll come back tomorrow to check on it. Don't worry about me if you have other things to do.
Я составлю тебе компанию, у меня на душе неспокойно.
I see. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Ага, вдруг реально свалится в обморок.
Alright then. Let's meet up here tomorrow. I really hope the Sealy replies.
Ура! Пропустили.
Time to look at the letter. Please let there be a stamp. Please let there be a stamp.
Я также буду... Please, Nahida, please.
There's a red stamp on it. The Sealy responded. Fantastic.
То настроение заметно улучшилось.
This is wonderful. My troubles are at an end. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am. Let's take a look at what it wrote. Thank you for your letter. Though I have extended a response, I cannot answer your query due to your questionable motives.
Мы 30 минут назад об этом уже говорили.
Questionable motives? Me? Wait, huh? Okay, let's see. Completing a thesis requires independent thought and work. You planned on using my knowledge to complete your paper's most critical portions. That's not right. However, considering that your deadline is fast approaching, and that there is substance to the content in the completed sections of your thesis, I've decided to help you nonetheless. Follow the hints I've left, and you will find the answer to your question. Consider the effort you put into thinking and searching as your payment for my knowledge. What the... It's absolutely right starting to feel guilty now. I can't deny any of it. But I'm running out of time. Oh, what should I do?
Может, эта фея просто дразнит тебя?
Good point. Why else would it use such a roundabout way to tell me its answer? Supposedly, everyone who's been pranked by the Silly had angered it in some way. That means the Silly is someone who's very strict and serious about knowledge. But who knows if it's really a Silly or some person.
Блин, сложно. Нет гарантии, что ты получишь ответ, даже если выполнишь все написанное.
True. And if I don't get an answer, then I'll only have wasted more time. Oh, but there's nothing else we can do. It's the one holding all the cards. It's completely hidden and can choose whether to help us or not. After all, it'd probably be impossible to find it and ask my question in person.
Хорошая идея.
Huh? I was just kidding. Oh, please don't take me seriously. It's a Seelie we're talking about. According to legend, Seelies are elusive and can create countless copies of themselves. Who's to say that it won't summon a shooting star to crush us once we find it?
Еще раз обдумай то, что только что сказала.
Sorry, I'm just a little panicky. Okay, Layla, calm down and think. If the Seelie is a person, then there has to be a way to track them down. We have two possible leads right now. The first is the checkout logs of those two books, and the other is the red stamp. The red stamp bears the Retawahist emblem, which is used by a lot of people. It'll be hard to track down an individual, so we should probably start with the checkout logs.
Согласна? Логично.
Let's go and make an inquiry. We can also ask around the House of Dana and see if anyone else knows something about the Wisdom Seelie.
Не знаю даже. Вот издевается.
Hi there. Do you know anything about the Wisdom Seelie?
Yes, of course. I've been looking into it for quite a while now. However, I feel like I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Hey, maybe if we put our heads together, we can figure something out.
Sure. I'll try my best.
There are a few known traits of the Wisdom Seelie. First, it's extremely strong. It can easily carry a few dozen books, along with 4 or 5 pieces of astrology equipment all at once. It's extremely athletic as well. It only moves in a straight line and doesn't stop for anything, not even walls or rivers. Lastly, it has a number of special abilities. It has a hardened metal body that's impervious to injury. It can freeze water into ice, and it can also summon meteors.
That doesn't even sound human.
Словно сказочный герой.
Well, it is a legend after all. It's no surprise that some details seem a little exaggerated. But these aren't just made up, you know. Each of its abilities has been confirmed by eyewitnesses. There have been many sightings too, including at Chatrakam Cave, the Avidia Forest, and around the waterfall south of Sumeru City.
Has anyone seen what it actually looks like? Or what kind of person it is?
Not that I know of. No one's been able to get close to it. It seems like it tries to stay out of sight. I would probably want to remain a mystery too, if I were someone as legendary as the Wisdom Sealy. So what do you make of it? Have you seen it somewhere as well?
No. We're probably gonna need some time to digest all the, incredible information you've provided us.
Not a problem. But if you manage to find anything, be sure to come and tell me about it. I trust that you'll quickly discover the excitement of slowly unraveling the truth.
Да, я почти добежала.
Oh, hello there. Can I help you?
Hello. I'm a Ratawahis student and would like to see the checkout logs for theoretical astrology and a quick reference guide to astrology cases.
Oh, are you also here to investigate the Ratawahist Wisdom Sealy legend?
Also? I suppose it makes sense that we're not the only ones investigating such a popular legend.
Yes, I myself am also quite curious about it. But unfortunately, I haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Given you're a Ratawahist student, I'm sure you know that a lot of research references these two books. All our copies of these particular titles are frequently checked out. I have looked into it, but found no irregularities in the checkout logs.
Is there any chance the Sealy could have taken the books out and returned them without being noticed?
Not likely. That would be almost impossible. The House of Dana is extremely strict about the circulation of its books. There will always be a record if a book is checked out. And even if it managed to figure out a way to take the books without leaving any record, it's possible that someone would come looking to borrow the books before the Sealy returned them. If someone discovers that a book is missing or that it doesn't match my inventory records, it would come to my attention immediately. However, it might be possible to pull off in the case of a less popular book.
Okay, I understand now, thank you. This is useful to know. With any luck, it'll help us work out the Sealy's identity. Hi there. Have you heard of the legend of the Wisdom Sealy?
Do I really look like the kind of student that would be interested in such a pointless legend?
Да, какое имя, такой человек.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were just curious.
Well, I do happen to have some information on it.
Да, почему ты сразу об этом не сказал?
Huh? Logically, that has nothing to do with the question I asked. I just don't want others to see me as some poor excuse for a student, whiling away my time in the House of Dana.
I don't really think bad students would come to the House of Dana to pass the time. But anyways, you were saying?
Well, I spend most of my time here, and I have noticed something odd before. One time, late at night, a black shadow fell from above and landed in the central area of the House of Dana. Of course, I was a little sleepy at the time, but it startled me, and I got up to see what was going on.
And then what happened?
Then, the shadow quickly circled behind me with incredible speed. Just as I tried to turn around to get a look at it, I fainted.
Какая могучая тень.
Yes, it was unbelievably fast. I had never seen anything like it. It was so unusual that I wasn't sure if it was real or if I was half dreaming. But given how popular the legend of the Sealy has become lately, maybe this has something to do with it.
Don't take this the wrong way, but doesn't the House of Dana have a door?
Нет.
It was closed that night. I suppose even the House of Dana needs to be closed for maintenance from time to time.
I see. That makes sense. But what were you doing here if the House of Dana was closed?
Don't look so surprised. It's a common practice to find a place to hide before they lock the doors, so you can continue reading books here. Everyone knows that.
Хорошо, что нам не приходится учиться вместе, это было бы тяжело.
Anyway, thank you for the info. I'll be sure to take note of everything you mentioned.
You're welcome.
Okay, everyone's given us a lot of useful information. Let's go through it and try to organize everything. Some things we heard were pretty straightforward, but others were just ridiculous.
Мы должны выяснить больше о личности и расположении феи.
Yeah. Let me think and see what I can make of it. Okay, calm down, Layla. I know the info's all over the place, but you can definitely do it. First, let's try to figure out the Sealy's identity based on the clues we currently have. Then, we'll analyze where it's been sighted and its motives. Finally, we'll piece everything together. From there, we should be able to predict its movement. Alright, let's give it a try.
Место наблюдения.
It's been to the Chatracom Cave, the Avidia Forest, and the waterfall south of Sumeru City.
Черный тень, проникший в дом Дайана.
It once infiltrated the house of Dana while it was closed.
И сверх феи мудрости.
I think I heard somewhere that it has a lot of ridiculous abilities.
Да, место наблюдения.
I may be able to... Book circulation is strictly regulated, and there's a log of anyone who checks out a book. The stamp. Which probably means they're a Ratawahis student.
Так, сопоставить.
Okay, I think I've got it now.
Итак, к каким выводам ты пришла?
First, based on the information Katayun provided, we can assume that the Sealy is a student from the Ratawahis Darshan. The possibility of it being someone outside the Darshan can be ruled out because it'd be impossible to gain access to those two books without going through the librarian. Next, leaving its crazy abilities aside, all the sightings took place in locations that are officially recommended for astrology observation by the academia. In other words, it's probably just conducting research, and the nature of its research is very similar to mine. The question that I submitted was no simple query, but it was able to give me a reply in just a day. This implies that it's familiar with a similar field of knowledge. So based on this reasoning, all we have to do is wait for it at the next astrological observation site.
Очень убедительное рассуждение.
It's nothing, really. There are actually some other factors that I've been speculating about. But that's not important right now. Let's get going. Even though we have a lead, it's still hard to say whether we'll be able to make any discoveries.
Ну да.
I'll tell you what I mean by that if the Sealy doesn't show up.
Take it easy.
Выше. О! Нормально.
The weather today is perfect for observation. Let's see if it shows up. Honestly, spending an entire night waiting for something that we're not sure is gonna happen might not be the best use of our time.
Девушка, вы мне уже весь мозг вынесли.
But we don't really have any choice. This is all we've got. Get some sleep if you're tired. I'll be up. It's not like I could sleep anyways.
Я побуду с тобой.
Thanks. Oh, how about I share some basics about astrology with you? If you're interested, that is. Sure enough, it didn't show up. We hardly saw any animals, let alone people. No matter how conclusive the evidence is or how perfect our reasoning may be, nothing will happen as long as I'm awake.
Ты говоришь про фею мудрости или про милых звезд?
They're probably one and the same. It's like I told you. I have a severe sleeping disorder, and there have been a lot of rumors about me sleepwalking.
Ну что это ты была?
I tried to understand what I had been doing when I'm unconscious, but I've never been able to get any definitive evidence. Something is actively attempting to cover up all the clues without my knowing. Maybe that something is me. Or maybe it isn't. I can't be sure. For all I know, I could even be the Sealy. But what if I am? Would the Sealy be willing to help me this time? What is it actually thinking? I really have no idea.
Что, если я тебе помогу?
Huh? You want to help me? Of course, it would be nice to know what's really going on. But that's impossible. It's always avoiding me and keeping me in the dark. And that won't change even if you're around.
Раз он так сильно хочет обо всем узнать, наверное, мы должны найти способ расспросить другую Лайлу.
Huh? What's wrong?
А, ничего, может и правда у нас ничего не выйдет.
Yeah. And to think I could have been working on my thesis this whole time. My stomach is churning just thinking about it.
Теперь ты и правда не успеешь закончить ее вовремя.
Please stop. Oh, come on, Layla. What are you doing? Everyone's gonna start thinking you're crazy now. Oh no. I'm losing it. So dizzy.
Мне жаль, что я так тебя расстроила.
sorry. I got distracted there. Where were we?
Она, кажется, пришла в себя, значит ли это...
Oh, what's wrong? You look like you've got something on your mind.
Ты другая Лайла?
Hmm? What are you talking about? What do you mean the other Layla? I am Layla.
Тогда скажи, о чем мы сейчас разговаривали.
Fine. It appears that you were waiting for me to show up. I suppose there's no use in me pretending. I promise I don't mean any harm and I'll answer all your questions. But before that, would you mind telling me who you are first?
Мы с Лайлой друзья, я пытаюсь помочь ей закончить научную работу.
Let me think. Okay, I got it. You two found this place by following the hints that I left behind. You were planning to wait for me. Or I should say you were waiting for the Sealy to show up. Was this your idea or hers?
По большей части ее.
I see. Yes, she's always had great analytical skills. It'd be nice if she was more confident, though. Alright, that's all the questions I have. Your turn. Please ask away.
Да, я, в принципе, и так все поняла. Ты и есть фея мудрости, да?
That's right. Though I didn't intend for it to turn out this way, really. I just wanted to help out a few other classmates who were having a hard time while I was helping Layla finish her thesis. You see, Layla doesn't have many friends at the academia. If the others noticed her helping them out, I thought maybe I'd help her become more sociable. Unfortunately, that didn't really work out. Instead, legends of the Sealy started going around. But that's alright.
Ты правда проникла в дом Дэна, у тебя есть суперспособность?
Infiltrating the house of Dana was a total accident. She'd forgotten an important book, and the house of Dana happened to be closed at the time. There were only days before the paper was due. I had no choice but to scale the walls with some simple climbing ropes and sneak in from above while the core 30 wasn't paying attention. I had no idea there was still a student inside. I had no choice but to put him to sleep. Any clear evidence of my existence would only hinder my ability to conceal my identity. It would also expose me to Layla as well. As for the special powers, well, they're just things I did during the process of trying to finish the thesis. It's like I said, I don't have much time, so I need to be as efficient as possible.
Почему фея иногда подшучивает над людьми?
I can instantly tell which students are asking serious questions and which are just trying to take advantage of me to slack off. My time to move freely is quite limited, so it's only natural that I would punish the people attempting to waste my time.
Я бы такую способность.
My intention is to help people. I'm not here to cause any harm. Well then, does that answer all your questions?
Вообще-то у меня есть еще один последний. Почему ты не хочешь, чтобы она знала о твоем существовании?
You see, her emotions are incredibly unstable. She's constantly doubting herself. If she knew that there's another Layla who is capable of doing everything, she may think even less of herself. She could think, maybe I should just leave it all to her. I'm always relying on her anyway. Why not let her live my life for me? She might start thinking about giving up completely, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do for her. After all, she and I are one and the same. We're two sides of the same coin. No one knows her greatest strength more than I do. It's her resilience. If she's able to persevere in everything she does, then one day she won't need my help anymore. I trust that she's capable of doing that, and it's something that she should do on her own.
Вот как.
She actually discovered the key data she needs for her thesis a long time ago. She just didn't organize it well enough. I'll complete her thesis for her just as I have in the past. Oh, please don't share any of this with her. I would like to keep this a secret for both of our sakes.
Понимаю.
Thank you for doing this for me. No, for us. She seems to be waking up now. Well, this is goodbye. If we never meet again, then I guess I did something right. Huh? Did I faint? Or did I fall asleep?
С тобой все в порядке, ты просто немного вздремнула.
Oh, I see. Was I sleepwalking? I was, wasn't I?
Нет?
Really? I don't believe you. You're hiding something from me. It's written all over your face.
Вовсе нет.
You said you were gonna help me, didn't you? Why are you holding out on me now? Please tell me. You promised you'd help.
Сдержать данные ей слово означает нарушить взятое перед ней обязательство. Это действительно сложная ситуация. Интересно, долечу, не долечу? Офигеть, скоро время обед. Неплохо, неплохо мы запулились. Так, пора принять кое-что, иначе мы реально упадем. Потеряла. Блюдо потеряла. Погнали дальше. Да, я тоже читер. Посторонись. Приземляемся 3, 2, 1. Отличная посадочка. Да.
Let's sit down here and have some coffee and sweets. It'll help me put my thoughts together. No. We're here.
Oh, hey, Layla.
Huh?
I'm one of Layla's classmates. I just
Ну,
came
это
by to say
можно
hi.
было пропустить.
We just submit seeing how we're...
Oh.
You say that, yet you're always
Well, I...
Чему ты клонишь?
For starters, she doesn't even try to participate with the group at all. Every time we... It's not like we...
I know.
Лайла не вписывается в стандарты, но кто сказал, что это проблема?
Whatever. There's no point. If you think she can justify...
I really want to help the others, but... Yeah, I can't... It's actually pretty... Huh? What do you mean?
А, ты считаешь, что милость звезд — это внешняя сила, которой ты не управляешь?
Yeah. That's the thing is, I'm terrible under pressure. That's just... And the more nervous I get, the worse things become around me. Take what Munira just said, for example. I don't think I'll be able to get it out of my mind for the entire day. That means I won't be able to relax at all today.
Нужно придумать, что поможет тебе расслабиться как следует.
Completely relaxed? But we're at a cafe. Is this not relaxing enough?
Ну, ты слишком ответственно относишься к учебе.
I know, but... Alright, no more buts. My life is a mess because of the decisions I've made for myself. I should listen to your advice this time. How do I completely relax?
Ты ведь родилась в деревне. Может, нам прогуляться за город и полюбоваться пейзажами?
Sightseeing. That does sound pretty nice. I haven't set foot outside the academia in quite a while. I used to enjoy visiting the rainforest, but it's been a while since I've been there. Maybe a lot has changed. Okay, why don't we go there and take a look? Even the air here feels more relaxing. I just want to forget about the thesis altogether. I'm just kidding. Knowing me, I'd only be able to forget about it for a little while. This doesn't count as trying to avoid my problems, does it?
Если хочешь справиться с задачей, душевное состояние не менее важно, чем эффективность.
That's quite the legitimate excuse. No, it's more of an explanation. Even I'm starting to get bolder with my words. I grew up in a place like this, looking into the distance now with the breeze in my face makes me feel like a kid again. Those were the happiest days.
Чем ты в детстве обычно занималась?
I had a bunch of friends back then, and we would go pick wild berries in the woods. No matter what ingredients we found, we would cook them over a fire, and whoever lost one of our games would have to eat all of it.
Звучит сурово.
No, it wasn't that bad. It really depended on how lucky you were. Grilled apples and sunsettias are actually quite delicious.
Почему бы и нам не поискать чего-нибудь, а потом зажарить на костре?
Sure. I haven't done that in ages. Let's go. Apples and zaytun peaches were the most popular fruits back then. Oh, and of course grilled fish is delicious too. Oh, fish skin releases oils while cooking, which Drip into the fire and cause it to burn even brighter.
Ты куда
But
там,
we
вода?
would always get yelled at by the grown-ups if they caught us sneaking into the river to catch fish. What's the big deal? We just want to swim. That's what we used to say. But now that I think about it, it really was quite dangerous. Thank goodness nothing bad ever happened.
А сама чё? Рук нет.
I think we found enough now, don't you? Alright, these should be enough. There's nothing like the smell of fresh ingredients. They already smell delicious. I'll be here cleaning the ingredients. Can you please fetch some firewood for us?
Дрова. Где же? А. Приветики. Ау.
The fuse is lit! Odds, reveal thyself!
Здесь немцы. Да.
Fresh food is the best. I feel like I've traveled back in time. We all used to run around in the woods when we were kids. Trees and mud was the world we knew best. It doesn't matter how long I'm away from the forest, I won't ever forget the feeling of running through the trees. Oh, how about you? Can you relate to that feeling? It's almost like not knowing the world will change or ever expecting it to change.
Искателям приключений редко случается задержаться в одном месте, но я надеюсь однажды испытать это чувство.
Whatever the case, it's a very warm feeling. In the end, I passed the admissions exam, and the life I had led came to an abrupt end. Later, as I sat in a lecture at the academia, my mind started to wander and I began to think about home. It was then that I realized how long it had been since I went back.
А я пыталась провалить, когда в технарь поступала. Русский особенно пыталась завалить. То не там поставлю запятую, то не там поставлю дефис специально. А нет, все равно взяли.
I can't go back anymore, and other similar thoughts started to come to mind. I guess I'm still not used to being in the academia yet.
У каждого этапа в жизни свое назначение.
You're right. So we should let go of the past. I suppose this is also part of growing up. But reminiscing about the carefree life of being a kid sure works wonders for the mind. You start missing those moments once you leave them behind, and that's part of moving forward. From now on, I'd like to cherish every single day of my life, even when it's not the smoothest of rides.
Все наладится, ты обязательно со всем справишься.
I'll take the compliment. A little bit of sugar and a good view really go a long way for relaxation. I thought it'd be impossible for me to enjoy something like this. I thought I'd never be able to get my mind off my thesis. But now, I feel like I'm fully enjoying myself. It's really great. So, what are we doing next?
Да, я бы с ней на свиданку сходил или не сходил. Ага, Лиза, на день у тебя упала бы в обморок, и проснулась бы другая Лайла. Ха-ха, вот был бы прикол. Приятно просто прогуляться и посмотреть, что произойдет.
You're right. I've been doing research for so long that I'm used to having a certain routine.
Ха-ха-ха-ха-ха.
A carefree stroll. Huh. I like the sound of that.
Кто-то говорил, что термопасту нанесет на проц ноутбука. Еще не все. Она достала уже меня. Нытик этот сраный.
Take it easy.
Wow. I never knew there was such a large lake here. It's so beautiful.
Все это ты взяла? Ну так ты же сам сказал, что отнесешь.
The feeling of cool lake water can wash away all your troubles.
Какой интересный совет. Да, надо мыться мне тогда не в теплой воде и не в горячей воде, а в холодной воде, чтобы все смылись любые горести. Хорошо. Лиз, не получилось у меня, предки в ветеринарку поехали. Что-то с кошечкой случилось?
Can you wait for a minute? I'd like to wash my face. I think it'd be refreshing.
Почему бы нам не искупаться?
A swim?
Sorry. Не подумала.
I can't remember the last time I went swimming. I might not even know how to anymore.
Ну да, с одной черной, которая у моей бабульки есть, она сильно... Ой. А чем бабушка ее кормит? Черную. Если она же научилась, то больше уже никогда не забудешь.
Okay. I'll try to swim over there.
Посмотрим, кто доберется быстрее.
Wait. No. I'll definitely lose. No. Forget about winning or losing, Layla. It'll be fun either way.
Печенкой то или кормом. Тот тебе ответ. Че она у тебя? Ты бы это смог бы выдержать? Им же разнообразие нужно. Молочка где-нибудь попить, а не только все кормом да печенкой. У меня вон и кот был, и кошка была. Они и молоко трескали, они и колбасу трескали. Ой, и что не дай, они все сожрут.
Wait, we're starting already?
Так они для котят. Подожди. Я ж нажала отряд. Серьезно? Скупайтесь с Лайлой. А где это Лайла? Лайла, ты где? Все нельзя. Да. И чё? А где она?
expected, I lost. How would I be able to beat an adventure at something like this?
А мне вот как это ответить? Она сзади даже не плыла. Я одна плыла. По-моему, ты отлично плаваешь. Почти не отстала.
Really? Among my childhood friends, I was considered one of the more athletic ones. But that's just like how I used to think that I had a gift for learning. After coming to Sumeru City, I realized that I only thought that because my hometown is such a small place. On top of that, I'm getting weaker and weaker because I'm barely able to sleep nowadays. There's no way I can bring myself to brag about anything now.
Ты слишком строга к себе.
Please, you're always encouraging me. I'm starting to feel embarrassed. But swimming again really feels great. Every muscle in my body was engaged. I probably wouldn't have to worry about my thesis if I turned into a fish, don't you think? I'm just kidding, of course. I'm sure fish have worries of their own. I'm quite content with how things are right now. Let's keep going, shall we?
И это еще не все.
There's a mushroom here. You want to jump on it to see what's up there? I haven't done this in a while. I kinda want to give it a try.
Вперед! Вау! А лисья жизнь-то тратится, вот из-за чего боялся подходить, ты лечишь, что там будет 5 сердец. Да. Понятно. Грибы есть. А все же запомню это событие, когда ты 10 часов стримила вчера. Ты не поверишь, это все равно не все. Ради Нахиды я старалась.
We've walked pretty far now, but I barely felt the time passing by. I've been staring at books in my thesis every day. I've forgotten how nice and happy life actually can be.
Лис, я вот когда до плойки тоже стримил. Я всю ночь стримил, представляешь? Ну, это я могу только увидеть, когда ты будешь в мае на выходных. 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 дня. Поэтому я и сказала, что учеба это еще не вся жизнь.
You're right. No matter how much of a hard time I'm having in academics, I should still find the time to look after myself and fulfill my needs. You really understand more about life than I do.
Хочешь воспользоваться этой возможностью, чтобы полностью снять напряжение? Господи, я на ее лицо смотрю, она точно какая-то Соня. Так это и есть.
Release my stress? Oh, I see what you mean. Being at the top of a mountain really does make someone want to yell out loud. But it's a little uncivilized, isn't it?
Ничего, не зря мы сюда добирались. Теперь можем извлечь из этого максимум пользы. Лиз, если бы она у меня жила в чайнике, она спала вечно у меня в чайнике.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Just promise not to laugh, okay?
Давай уже гаркни. И... Что это за писк комара было?
What an amazing day!
Во, когда-то. Какой прекрасный день! Орлай да крылай, блядь. Дальше. Все?
It feels like my entire body is bubbling with excitement after yelling like that.
Что, блин? Ну да.
This happiness was so common as a child, but before I knew it, this feeling was buried in the bottom of my heart. It's getting late. Why don't we rest here for a while? I'll tell you some interesting astrology stuff when the stars come out. Oh, but it's alright if you don't want to listen to that kind of stuff. We can also tell jokes about life, or talk about anything you're interested in.
Давай будем говорить о звездах, когда они появятся. Лиз, я вот что было бы, если я поставила японскую озвучку, даже не могу сказать, как она орала.
Okay, then I'll tell you more about me. The only reason I ever chose to study astrology is because of how beautiful the stars are at night. That's all. My teacher told me that nature possesses a certain power that grants people an equal amount of kindness and fairness, regardless of the different talents they may possess.
Вот сразу видно, что ты начал смотреть не сначала, когда встречаешь. Это не звезд... Фу. Это не сердечки. Это ее тревожность. Если я ее растревожу, проснется другая Лайла. Вот в чем дело. А не то, что все жизни отобрали.
And that's why I wanted to call the kind person who's always helping me as the blessing from the stars.
А у всех остальных, да, там эти сердечки. Ну, они тратятся в том случае, если ты обидишь перса или разочаруешь в каком-то плане. А так, проходимость встреч на уровне, на уровне.
The stars in the sky are something that brings happiness to people.
Да, так и есть.
Everything about home is filled with purity and passion. My memories of that place are wonderful. I never want to forget them. If I were to ever discard anything so pure, I don't think I'd ever be able to find a place to anchor myself in the vast sea of knowledge. That's why, no matter how tiring or how hard it gets, I won't let my family down. They are already an important part of me.
Еще одна причина, чтобы не терять себя в сложных условиях.
Yeah, thank goodness you were there to help me out, or I don't know where I would have ended up. We probably still have a while until the stars come out. Only kids sit around like this, waiting for the stars to appear.
О, пошла жара. Как знать, выдохлась ли она окончательно или просто наконец расслабилась. В любом случае стоит поберечь эти драгоценные мгновения. Так, это мы сделали. Нарушенный диалог. Кому отправляться-то? Ай, опять какая-то... Ай. Ненавижу. Ненавижу. Давайте просто сядем, попьем чайку, кофеечку. Можем коньячку.
No rest for the wicked.
Я бы с радостью. Забьем на этот Геншин нафиг. О, коньяк мне.
Take it easy.
Ну, правильно. Иначе бы я бы не предлагала. Ну, можно и пивка. И, так сказать, треснем за 1 мая. Потому что у нас в жизни могут быть незаконченные дела. А потом, когда захочется, уже просто не успеть. А то мне батёк дал пиво попробовать, я попробовала, мне кайфово было. Да? Упомянутые книжки. Нам зачем наверх-то или на... Ай! Прикинь, да. Офигеть.
Finally. Wait, I'll come back tomorrow to check. I see. Alright then.
А жду, не дождусь, когда будет козочка.
Time to look at the...
Копи примагена.
There's a red stamp on it. The Sealy responded. Fantastic.
Глаза так сияют.
This is wonderful. Let's take a look at what it... Thank you for your letter. Though I have extended... Okay. However, follow the hint, consider the... What? It's absolutely... But I'm running out of...
Я поищу ответ вместе с тобой.
Huh? I could tell you're a very kind person, but I never expected that you'd go this far to help me. I'll definitely think of a way to make it up to you once I take care of my thesis.
Обычный день из жизни искательницы приключений. Если уж, как говорится, играю в Геншин на английском языке, поставлю еще испанский. Испанский-то тебе зачем?
Okay, let's start by looking at the hint it left us. It should be on the second page.
Хотя, вряд ли он там есть.
The first clue lies hidden on the road of wisdom. The headstrong child finally sees the world for how big it truly is, filled with awe, yet struck with fear. That's it? Not even a picture or any other marking to go off of. This is pretty abstract. What's this road of wisdom and who's the child?
Они испанские есть все-таки, лол. А, для испанский там есть все-таки. Поздравляю. Может, мудрость означает академию?
Possibly. That sounds like a natural conclusion. So, is the road of wisdom the road that leads to the academia then?
А если бы я японский поставил, то я бы ничего не понял.
Wait, I think I get what it means by the child and awe and fear. When I first left home, it took me days to reach Sumeru City. I was completely shocked when I first saw it with my own eyes. It was so grand and awe-inspiring. Pictures of the city simply don't do it any justice. After seeing the city, a thought popped into my head. Am I really worthy of this place?
Это и есть страх?
Worry, fear, or whatever you want to call it. If I'm connecting the dots correctly, then I think I know where the Sealy is leading us. But how how does it know my feelings so well?
Все приезжающие в город Сумеру могут испытывать подобные чувства.
You have a point. There's nothing special about my background or experiences. It could be anyone's. Anyway, let's go take a look.
Опять в лес. Ее в лес куда-то все тянет. Она-то говорит, что я скоро усну. Вот прям уйду в монитор и засну. О, это мне пригодится. А чё? А как я... Давай, 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 просыпаемся. Оп, 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 пошла, пошла. Ты куда полетела-то? Я здесь. Я тут все еще пытаюсь пройти загадку от Жака Фреско, которая называется Долина Тензю. Открой интернет и не парься, если не узнаешь ответа. Она куда-то еще летает. Ой, еще один сундук. Прям на ладони видны. А, вот еще где. Господи. Ради-то одного обычного сундука столько заморочек сделали. Остановился на пентаграмме. Ну и задай вопрос в интернете и не парься. Я вот не скрою, что я тупая в некотором роде. Если что, я треугольник легко, но вот на пентаграмме трындец сложно. Я понять не могу, может кто-то... Упал.
Busted.
Ладно, если говоришь, Инет поможет, так уж и быть, твоим советом и воспользуюсь. А это и не совет. Чё себя мучить, если ты не знаешь, как ее решать? Я вот вообще не знаю, где мне найти Аронару, которая отвечает за Випасадири. О, что я вижу напротив-то? Надо точку поставить тут.
Oh, we should be close. This is the way I came when I first traveled to Sumeru City. Aw, it's been way too long since I last visited home.
No,
this isn't the time for that kind of talk. We have to hurry and find the clues that the Sealy left behind.
Довольно обширное пространство.
It is. Relying solely on what the Sealy said might not be viable. Assuming the Sealy is intentionally linking the clues to my past, I think I have an idea.
Буду рада ее услышать.
So this is a little embarrassing. At that time, the sight of Sumeru City was absolutely mesmerizing. I was anxious, but also excited about all the things to come. I was distracted and accidentally stepped on an Avidia leopard's tail.
Бедная киса. Расплата за рассеянность.
I didn't notice it at all. The poor thing was sound asleep, and after I stepped on its tail, it bolted straight up. I freaked out and ran as fast as I could. There were actually more Avidia leopards sleeping nearby, and they were all faster than me. I almost got bitten a couple of times. Good thing someone from the Eremites heard me shouting for help. They managed to scare off the leopards.
Повезло, что ты не пострадала.
Yeah, but when I finally managed to calm myself down, I noticed that the talisman my mother had made for me was missing.
Будем искать талисман еще полчаса.
It's extremely precious to me. Ever since I was little, I would always carry it with me whenever I'm doing something important. I also had it with me when the academia conducted its selection exam at my village. I checked my bag at least a dozen times to make sure the talisman was in there. I feel much more at ease knowing that I have it with me. I had thought that it would also help me calm my nerves in Sumeru City, but I ended up losing it before I even finished registration at the academia.
Душевное спокойствие, которое он тебе даровал, должно быть сложно заменить.
Yeah, and that's when I started having sleeping problems. I just began to sleep less and less each day. Losing a talisman like that is definitely a bad omen. Oh, sorry. I'm starting to ramble again. What were we talking about before? All right. Why, the silly led us here. I think we should look around where the Avidia leopards attacked me. If the silly is trying to make me remember things that happened in the past, it would make the most sense for it to hide clues in memorable locations. Oh, hope the silly's clue wasn't also torn to shreds by Avidia leopards.
Расслабься, не обязательно всегда смотреть на жизнь с пессимизмом.
I'm sorry, you're right. It's a bad habit of mine. I suppose any progress is a step in the right direction. Let's go. Oh, we should be close.
Take it easy.
Менять уже не хочется просто персонажей.
Sure enough, it's here. And in a really obvious place. That pretty much confirms my hunch about the Sealy's intentions.
Похоже, фея тебя хорошо знает.
I don't know, but how did it know about all these details? I've hardly told anyone about this stuff. It's not hiding somewhere and spying on me, is it? Oh, That's a scary thought. Anyway, let's look at the clue we found. Seems like you haven't forgotten about your very first failure. See? It knows everything.
То уж чересчур даже для феи мудрости.
I have no idea what's going on. No wonder this Celia is becoming legendary. Let's keep reading the clue. I've placed the second clue where heaven meets water. The answer, seemingly amongst the stars, was ultimately washed to some unremarkable place downstream. Just as I thought. It's something to do with me again.
Ты уже поняла, о чем речь?
If the first clue was any indication, then the location described in this clue should also be related to my life. Most Ritalis research is related to studying the stars. My own thesis work often requires me to go in the field and collect astrological data.
Ты уже задолбала.
And, let's just say there's another devastating and unforgettable failure I had.
Мысли о подобном тебе только становятся хуже.
But that can't be helped, right? We do many things not because we want to, but because we have to. Let's keep moving. It might be hard to believe, but being out and about is making me feel a lot better than usual.
Как она меня задолбала, господи, как она меня задолбала. Неужто она не понимает, что она меня уже достала? Девушка Лайла, вы меня достали.
We're here. That's the spot. That's where I performed my first field observation after enrolling at the academia. I borrowed some equipment from the school and came here on a perfectly clear day. Everything was ready to go and I was positive that I'd be able to get some great data. But the equipment was a little heavy and I didn't notice that the ground was muddy and some spots were unstable. After I finished setting up everything, part of the ground suddenly shifted and my equipment started teetering over. I rushed over to grab hold of it, but I ended up tripping over another piece of equipment. The next thing I knew, everything was covered with muddy water. Me and all my equipment. You must be wondering how someone can be so clumsy.
Мы все часто ошибаемся, когда не можем как следует отдохнуть.
Thank you for understanding. If I were the one complaining about not being well rested, it would just sound like an excuse. It's a vicious cycle. The less I sleep, the more mistakes I make. The more mistakes I make, the harder it is for me to sleep.
Что же случилось потом? Тебя ранило?
I just got a minor fracture, so I had to rest at B. Marston for a while. To pay off the damages to the equipment, I took some part-time jobs. I just went to work whenever I couldn't sleep. It took me forever to pay off what I owed.
Только не говори мне, что после этого бессонница стала серьезнее.
Bingo. The pressure from my studies and debt was crushing me, and I didn't want to tell my family about any of it. After all, I am the legendary Layla who made it into the academia at a young age. Oh, and had never failed an assignment in her life.
Ты не думала взять перерыв?
Of course. I've even considered giving up on my studies completely and returning home to help care for the Sumter beast, but that would be kind of embarrassing. I don't mean that I'd be embarrassed in front of others. I mean that I'd be ashamed of myself. After all, everything I've done up till now is only a result of my own decisions. Although, it hasn't always been smooth sailing, and sometimes things don't go my way. I made it this far on my own. There haven't been any major incidents with my studies, and I even managed to pay off the equipment damages. But I guess I'm exaggerating a bit. Most of it is still due to the help of some unknown person rather than my own work.
Твоим родителям грустно было бы видеть, через что тебе пришлось пройти.
And that's exactly why they mustn't ever find out. Once I finally manage to acclimate to life in Sumeru City, I'll show them my success. Oh, I hope that day will come eventually. Anyways, let's continue looking for the next clue. It should be around here somewhere. An unremarkable place downstream was the description. That place downstream could be somewhere close by.
Fuse is lit!
Как она меня задолбала.
A walk would be nice.
Here, it's over here. Good thing it's dry. I was worried the message might be wet. Let's see. Have you found it? The unremarkable place downstream. Well, of course. How else could I be reading this message? I've placed the third hint at a crossroad without a cross. You can turn left or right, but turning back shouldn't be an option.
Что-то подсказки становятся все более и более туманными.
They're actually getting clearer for me. I was sort of expecting this even before I read the message.
Господи, как другие это проходят это, а?
I don't know if the clues are following a timeline or if they're based on the amount of regret I have. Either way, this incident was bound to come up sooner or later.
Фея следит за тобой.
Don't say that. That's anyway. Just follow me. I'll save the story for when we get there.
Как она меня достала. Нытик. Иди проспись. Уже бесишь прям.
This is the place that immediately came to mind when the hint mentioned a crossroad. I came here to conduct some astrological observation once. Everything went smoothly on the way, and I thought I was starting to get used to life at the academia. But just as I was about to set up the observation equipment, I heard a strange sound coming from nearby. I made my way here and discovered a bunch of bandits robbing someone. They were a group of treasure hoarders, and the family that was being mugged looked completely helpless. They definitely wouldn't have been able to escape, and simply handing over their Mora might not have been enough to make the bandits go away.
То есть ты хотела помочь, но не могла.
Not exactly. I already had a vision by that time. Someone with a vision should technically be really powerful, right? Handling a group of treasure hoarders should be well within my abilities. However, I didn't know how to channel the power of the elements to fight at that time, and I was super scared. I wielded immense power, but I didn't feel any stronger than just an ordinary person.
А что было потом?
Then I ran away. I scrambled towards Sumeru City looking for help. Eventually, I managed to return with a few adventures I ran into along the way. It took longer than I had hoped, and by the time we made it back here, the treasure hoarders and the family were gone. I don't know if the family only lost their belongings in the end, or if something worse happened to them. I faced a lot of problems after coming to Sumeru City, but this incident is one that I regret the most. I sat on the ground and began to cry. I could have stepped in to help that family. Would it have ended differently if I were just a little braver?
Ты сделала правильный выбор.
Aw, thank you for trying to comfort me, but I can't stop myself from thinking that way. It's just as the silly said. Turning back shouldn't be an option. However, I can't help but think about running away whenever I'm faced with a challenge.
Вряд ли фея хочет пристыдить тебя за прошлое. Попробуй в этот раз встретить вызов лицом к лицу.
You're right. The more challenging it gets, the harder I should try.
Как она меня бесит уже.
I'm feeling calmer now. Okay. Let's go look for more leads nearby. We're probably getting close now. Let's search this area.
Rise!
Here it is, just as I thought. The Sealy must have placed it here in advance. Let's see what we have this time. Whatever it is, I'm ready. Huh? It's a picture?
Это не очередная загадка.
guess not. This house looks like it's in Vimara Village. Does the Sealy want us to go there?
Это может стать финальной точкой наших поисков.
I can't think of any connection I have with Vimara Village, though. I've only been there once, and it was pretty uneventful. Whatever the case, the only way we'll know is if we go there.
Только не заставляй себя, если тебе это не по душе.
Thanks, but I'm fine. I'm used to pushing my limits. I know how far I can go. Let's see. This should be the place. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Maybe the Sealy didn't prepare anything for us this time. Or does it want us to knock on the door first? If we're wrong about this, it'll be super awkward.
Спокойнее.
You're right. I can't always be like this. Hello? Is anyone home?
Coming! Just a moment. Oh, it's you, Layla. How nice of you to stop by again.
Huh? Do you know me?
That's no way to greet a friend. Of course I know you. Is this a friend of yours? Or perhaps a classmate?
A friend. I'm having a little trouble with my thesis, and we happened to be passing by.
Что происходит, Лайла?
I don't know either. I recognized him immediately. He's one of the people that was getting robbed by the but he shouldn't know anything about me. He shouldn't even know who I am.
Ты говорила, что бывала в деревне Вимара раньше.
Yeah, but even if he saw me, he wouldn't know who I am. He didn't notice me during the robbery.
Is something the matter?
I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't remember how we met. I'm sorry.
So you aren't joking? Do you still remember when my family and I were being robbed by a gang of treasure hoarders?
Yes, but I don't think I was of much help to you all.
How so? You told us everything yourself the last time we met. My family and I were surrounded by treasure hoarders, and I didn't know what to do. But then, we heard people approaching in the distance. Those treasure hoarders were the first to hear them coming, and started to flee the moment they sensed the situation wasn't going their way. They didn't even bother taking anything with them. I wasn't sure what had happened, but the treasure hoarders were scared off. I immediately grabbed my wife and child and got out of there.
Oh, I see. I'm so glad that you and your family were on.
I thought it was a party of adventurers that happened to pass by, but later you told me that you had spotted us and ran to find help. You were amazing. You managed to keep a level head even in the midst of danger. I know you have a vision, so those treasure hoarders wouldn't have been a match for you. But they might have harmed me and my family if their backs were pushed against the wall.
Wait, that's not exactly what happened. I still regret not helping out sooner. Anyway, when did I come here last? I don't seem to remember.
It's been some time, but not too long ago. I don't recall exactly when. What's wrong? Nothing?
Nope. I'm sorry. I still can't seem to remember even after everything you've told me. Maybe I'm just under too much pressure.
You came over and ate with us, and you played games with my son. If only we had taken a picture. Oh! You forgot a package here from that visit. You'll definitely remember once you see it. Wait here. I'll go fetch it.
A package? I left a package here? Wait! This is it!
Ну вот, нашелся.
This is the talisman that I lost. The one that my mother made for me.
Что? Это правда он?
Yes, this is definitely it. She made it herself. It's the only one of its kind. There's also a letter here. Was I planning to send it to someone? Let's see who the recipient is.
Короче, прошел первую легко, с сундуками зато было. Что ты вообще написала? Можешь перефразироваться, я понять не могу, что ты написал.
To Layla?
Ты ведь обычно не пишешь письма сама себе?
No. I swear I've never done anything like that. What is going on? Let's open it and see what this is all about.
Там, короче, были сундуки. И...
Hello, Layla. It must have been quite the endeavor to follow the Sealy's hints all the way here. Great work.
Я все-таки эту пентаграмму прошел.
Self-reflection is a wonderful quality to possess, but you'll only end up hurting yourself if you overdo it. Failure is a stranger to no one. The purpose of self-reflection is not to indulge in the pain of failure, but to succeed in your next attempt. If you're reading this letter, then you have succeeded in taking the first step. On the back of this letter is the core information that your thesis is lacking. It's actually been done for a while now. It only feels inconclusive because it's missing a concise summary to tie it all together. I hope that this journey has provided insight for your life ahead. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you courage as you carry onward and hope that you fulfill the expectations you hold. Always watching over you. Sincerely, the Wisdom Sealy. Oh.
Зашибись, она заплакала. Короче, прохожу следующую вышку, там, где мне надо слаймов и тех немцев гасить.
I thought we were going to fail. I thought that everything we did and all the time we spent was for nothing.
Да, мне ее жаль. Понятно, Хиличурлов опять гасить пойдет.
But the Sealy wasn't messing with me after all.
Неужели фея мудрости это ты?
I doubt it. I mean, unless I somehow came here while I was unconscious and don't remember it. Although, having said that, I have heard rumors claiming that I sleepwalk a lot.
Впервые вижу, чтобы все ревновали. В смысле?
But even then, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm actually the Wisdom Sealy. It could have just helped me while I was sleepwalking.
Вот как Лейла заревела. Это определенно связано с милостью звезд. Так, у меня такая же ситуация с ней будет.
I'll write back and ask to meet with the Sealy and see how it responds.
Ты как раздвоиться-то собралась? Вы же в одном теле.
Even though I still
да.
have a lot of questions, this experience was fruitful enough.
Посмотри в зеркало. С ума можно сойти.
If it wasn't for your encouragement, I probably would have quit halfway through and holed up in the academia somewhere. Perseverance really does pay off.
I'm not sure if I understand what has happened, but it's something good, right?
Yes, it's something really, really good, and I'm very thankful for it.
Well then, since you're already here, why don't you stay and have something to eat? Come on, don't be a stranger. Your friend should join us as well. You can leave your troubles until after the meal. You must relax and gather your strength so you can take on the challenges ahead. Am I right?
Он прав.
All right, thank you all. I can do this.
От всего сердца желаю тебе мужества на дальнейшем пути и надеюсь, что ты оправдаешь возложенные на тебя надежды. Первое испытание прошел, а вот вторую никак не пройду. Вот тут я начинаю бомбить. Тут рассветление идет. Честное слово, она меня уже достала.
This is the place that I made it. I came here to, but just they were a group of treasure, not someone. However, I didn't then. Eventually, it took. I don't know. I could have stepped in to help that family. Would it have ended differently if I were just a little braver?
Смелость решает не все проблемы. Рассуждать рационально тоже важно.
Thank you for. It's just as the silly said. Turning back.
Давай сделаем перерыв в поисках и немного отдохнем.
But what about my thesis? We still haven't found the silly's answer yet.
Здоровье важнее научной работы.
Sorry for causing you so much trouble.
Давай найдем местечко для отдыха.
All right. I actually don't have much stamina. I've been stressed this whole time and I feel exhausted. I'm really sorry. Let's stop here. I don't think I can walk any further.
Я приготовлю еду и сок.
All right. I'm gonna give my legs a rest. I feel bad for making you go through so much trouble for me. Oh, if only I were more capable.
У каждого свои таланты.
I'm sorry. I always find myself having to apologize. But enough of that. I need to pull myself together. The memories I've been reminded of. I cannot just give up this time, even if my head's not in a good place. Letting these heavy feelings get the best of me will only slow us down. Watch out! Behind you!
Прям вовремя. Что-то случилось?
Monsters! A lot of them too. Why didn't we see them coming?
Это было круто. Ко мне пытается кто-то подсоединиться, и ты такая пугаешься. Монстры. Я ими займусь, это не отнимет много времени.
No, I'll fight too.
Тебе надо отдохнуть.
But I want to help. I can't just sit back and watch you while you fight. Don't worry, I can handle myself. I mustn't keep repeating my past regrets. That's the most valuable lesson I've learned today. I should take action when I'm needed and give it my all when the moment calls. If you miss those opportunities in life, you may never get another chance to make up for them. Huh. I suppose that's fate.
Понимаю.
All right, let's take them all down. The night is cold.
Слушай, да ты без меня справляешься. Нафиг это нужно вообще?
Gotcha. Let's dance. Cold, mine to command. Not now. Stars, shine for me.
Спокойной ночи.
Odd, reveal thyself. My guiding stars. Cold, mine to command.
Сколько вас, а?
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Come on, that's not fair. Not now. Stars, shine for me. By royal decree. I really need to keep up with my... It's embarrassing to be out of breath so quickly like this.
Ты в порядке?
Well, the only appropriate response would be to say that I'm fine, right? I'm pale due to lack of sleep, but then again, I know you'd be able to see, right? I'm just happy I didn't get in your way during the fight.
Ты отлично себя показала.
Oh, thanks for the compliment. Although I may not be physically strong, my will is as resilient as they come. Can you stay with me while I recover my energy?
Несмотря на слабость, она все же не осталась в стороне. Может, хотела что-то себе доказать, а может, просто не хотела потом сожалеть о случившемся?
Hear the voice of fate, speaking my...
Последняя с ней. Альтернативная концовка. Да. Наверное, глобус не даст. Давай. Давай, не дай ей глобуса. Задрала на меня уже.
Yes? I see.
Yes, this is...
Astrology is a hobby of mine, and these devices have cost me both time, which is...
Oh.
How about this?
Я что-то уже
I
начинаю
don't need to
немножко
deposit or
бомбить от этого
anything,
испытания, которое
but
там за 60
I'd like-
секунд.
if you're...
Для тебя это проще простого.
All right, I'll try.
Yes, that would...
You're probably...
Of course. Interesting.
Oh, as time continues...
I think that it might just be another law of nature.
If the changes could be resulting from a simple single,
Triple orbit?
yes.
You do know that adding an extra...
It does, which leads...
Amazing. I suppose I should never have...
Do...
Don't worry, it would make me extremely happy if... Just make sure you return it.
Oh, good thing is... Really? I would... Really? I guess even recording... Let's continue...
Погоди-ка. По новой.
Yeah? Ah, I see.
Yes, this is it.
Astrology is a hobby of mine, and these devices have cost me both time, which is...
Oh,
How about this? If your
Если плохо себя покажешь, его доверие будет не завоевать.
You're starting to make me feel nervous. I'm sorry. I feel a little dizzy.
Ты в порядке?
I'm okay. My mind just decided to stray elsewhere for a moment. Give me a second to gather myself. Oh, is this the celestial globe that I needed to borrow?
Ну все, Трайлайла просыпается. Ну да, которая хоть чуть побыстрее. Почему она спрашивает?
Correct. I was about to test you with a few questions, but you suddenly started looking very uncomfortable.
Oh, don't worry about it. I don't sleep very well, so I tend to get a little dizzy from time to time.
She seems a little different all of a sudden. Oh, I see. Well then, can you briefly summarize your area of research for me?
With pleasure. I'll give you a general overview. You're probably aware that astrologists rely on the movements of the celestial bodies to calculate the past and the future. Due to the difficulty of designing an experiment and the challenges of validating theories about the past, astrological research is usually based on an immense foundation of experience. And therein lies the largest complexity. Derived and validated conclusions may vary due to subtle changes caused by the flow of time and shifts in the stars.
Ah, I've heard about this before. I believe it's known as astral shift.
One of the most classic challenges is to use 3 stars with shifting orbits to predict the overall changes that may have occurred.
Ah, are you referring to the triple orbit problem? Yes, that really is a classic problem, and a very difficult one to tackle.
I came up with a set of prediction methods that encompass more than half of the triple orbit problems. However, there are quite a few limitations and requirements. This set of methods is already being put into practice at the Ratawa Histarshan by my advisor, drastically simplifying the difficulty of calculations involved in the triple orbit problem.
Yes, I've heard about that. The announcement made big waves in the astrology enthusiast community. So, you were the one who came up with that?
You mustn't judge a book by its cover, you know. The thesis I'm working on this time aims to address the remaining triple orbit problems, as well as eliminate a portion of the methodology's limitations, which will make it easier to use.
I see. In that case, perhaps there's no one more fitting to operate this device than you. I just keep it as part of a collection, and I can't use it to its full potential like you can.
Thank you for understanding. I'll return it in perfect working order once I'm finished with it. Okay, we should be going now. What did we plan to do after this? I kind of forgot.
Ты ведь не Лайла.
Huh? What makes you say that? Is there something off about me?
Настоящая Лайла не забыла бы, что делать дальше.
Fine. Looks like I can't keep the act up any longer. I even tried to look a little panicky to emulate her behavior.
А ты стоишь за милостью звезд.
I suppose that is what she's been calling me. With her long-term sleep deprivation, whenever her anxiety peaks, she loses consciousness and I take over. However, her unpredictable and variable sleep patterns are completely out of my control, so I have to make every second count. There's no one willing to help her here, so I have to step in. I am rather curious about you, though. Why are you trying to help her?
Она наконец-то решила встретить проблемы со своей работой лицом к лицу и очень сильно трудится.
Really? That's great. You're helping with all the things that I used to do for her. Seems like you've given her a boost of confidence with your encouragement. She's only steps away from the finish line. She's already made a lot of progress, so there's no need to push too hard now. Anyway, what's the plan from here?
Она хотела потренироваться перед защитой работы.
I see. Well, it wouldn't be of any help if I practiced for her, but I'll leave some notes that should come in handy. Come on, let's go back to the house of Dana to make preparations. You'll have to tell her later when she wakes up.
Да господи, как она меня уже достала. Короче, то испытание я не прошел, потому что я забомбил. Я уже от этого бомбить начну скоро. Скорее нет, сгорю нафиг.
Okay, I should get started on those notes. If there's anything you're curious about, you may go ahead and ask now. I can answer you as I write. I'm used to multitasking. Oh, and I have to ask a favor. When you give the notes to her later, please don't tell her about my existence.
Почему?
Well, she's always been in a fragile state. If she knew that there was another Layla who's always taking care of everything, she might feel like everything she's ever worked for is pointless, and that could lead to some demoralizing thoughts. She's a resilient girl, but no matter how resilient she may be, no one can hold up to criticism and torment from themselves. If her condition grows any worse, it's possible that I might cease to exist as well. Then there wouldn't be anyone to help her.
Но ей сейчас тяжело приходится.
She's getting better though, isn't she? It's apparent how hard she's working now. She's my source of knowledge. I'm merely the representation of how she would be if she were rested and healthy. I believe that she's one of the best, even in a place like the academia where geniuses come by the handful. But growth is a process and shouldn't be rushed. I will always believe in and support her.
Хорошо, что у нее есть ты, иначе она бы давно оказалась на дне.
Believe me, even if she were to end up at rock bottom, she'd find a way to somehow laugh it off as one of her silly mistakes and climb her way out.
Блин, у меня соседи музыку включили. Кайфуй!
That's the kind of person she is. Alright, I've written down all the possible questions that I think the advisors might ask. Next, I'll put together a few words of encouragement for her.
Сейчас я им покажу, как музыку устроить.
I'm not going to sign it, obviously. Oh, and don't forget about our agreement.
Они никогда не встретятся, но она всегда будет рядом с ней. Прикольно. Все, прошла я эту встречу, кое-как, с горем пополам. Но задолбала. Ну все, концовки открыла. Все концовки открыла. Да. Шесть круток. Проверим? Ну давай, Нахида. Выпадай уже. Нет. Ну, удачи тебе. Нет. 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 Саю выпало. Прекрасно. Хотела не Саю, а хотела Нахиду. Да. Нахида, дайся моей сестре, а не то я тебе не дам. Халвамазд. Так она тебя и послышала. Обидно. Обидно. Но, значит, уже не судьба. Если что, это ее особенное блюдо. Это уже меня не интересует. В общем, у меня не получилось выбить Нахиду. Прискорбно это осознавать, но, видимо, сегодня не судьба. Когда-нибудь да выпадет. Просто надо больше копить и не тратить. Тогда, может, и получится. Очень обидно. Прикольно. Донат все решает. Не всегда.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling
Не то,
up
что
to it.
денег жалко, просто донатить это бессмысленно. Всем удачи, в общем, и что у нас там остался уже последний ивент? Наверное, во вторник увидимся, как время будет позволено. У меня.